Hello. I'm back again. You might have had a chance to miss me from yesterday until today. I don't know. Or maybe you missed me last night and get a chance to hang out with me now. I am here. No. Yeah, okay. These are a bit floppy. It's snowing, you guys. It's white on the ground outside. That's we needed the snowflakes because we get snow. We get snow. My hands are cold. I'm freezing like crazy. So I will be trying to work on a blanket that is kind of too big to work on when I'm here. I usually have that on the couch, but I need it because it's cold. Katrine, don't mind me. I'm just finding a cozy spot in the scrap basket. Well, you go and have some coziness over there. And Tam is burping. That's one way of saying hello. Hi to you too. Hello, Samantha. Suzanne, you were looking for me in Stina's live. I think she might have been live when I went to the store because I saw that she'd been live, and I took a little walk down to the store today to get me some candy and yeah, just something. Evening gorgeous. Thank you so much. What time is it? We are at 10:47 p.m. Um, that's what we're at. Okay, I'm trying to find some, I don't know, a little bit of a better temperature. Let's hope that that gets better as I work on the blanket. And some of you might recognize it. I worked on it until, well, I want to say January, kind of, and then it got put in timeout. But I talked about it a little bit yesterday that I want to finish it. So I will be finishing it. Because I want to see how big this blanket is going to turn out of all the yarn that I got for it. I have in total 6 megaballs for this. And megaballs are big. We have 400 grams, that's 14.1 ounce, 12,000 meters, 1,312 yards of acrylic DK. And with 6 skeins, I want to see how big this turns out so I know for future reference for like how much yarn do I need to make, similar size or bigger or smaller or whatnot. But, another blanket. I am going to put a little stitch marker here as my progress marker. So that one's going to stay until, for future. There is a couple of them already spread out that I've put in during previous live streams in the past, so that we can see how much did I do from one live stream to another. But I'm just putting an orange one in for now, and I'll be slowly working my way through this. We got 3 colors: gray, gold, and purple. I don't remember what the stitch is called, or the pattern. I think there is a similar pattern called like the trio blanket or something, so I guess you could use that one if you want to create something similar. But for me, right now, this is all about just being cozy. I don't even know how big this is at the moment. So we are now, it's at the floor. It's on the floor and it's up to my chest. And it's, well, I can't stretch it from one side to the other. So it should be wide enough for my bed. Question is if it's going to be tall enough. Next blanket might be skinnier or like less wide and longer. We shall see. But that's what I'm going to be working on. Being all cozy over here, covering my legs. I have like cozy socks and stuff also, so I should be pretty good. So what is you guys doing? We have Katrina's asking how everyone's doing today. Yeah, how is everyone doing? Am I tired? I am not tired. I actually, after my live stream, it took a while before I was able to sleep, so I think I got like 3.5 hours of sleep before the plumbers showed up, or they called me to say like, hey, we're gonna be there in like 40 minutes. So they woke me up beforehand. No problem with that. I had time to get dressed and whatnot. And then they did what they needed to do in my apartment, and then they've been in the basement doing most of the work today actually. So they were finished around, I want to say like 11, maybe 12, like midday sometime, lunchtime. And they were finished. I was like, "Oh, awesome. I should go to the store." But I didn't. I took a nap. I think I slept for 3.5 more hours, which I probably really needed after the lack of sleep from last night. So I slept. Then I went to the store, got some snacks, and something to drink. I felt like I wanted something special to drink. Well, special. It's Coca-Cola, but I didn't have anything. Well, I had pink bubbly, and I felt like pink bubbly 2 days in a row. No. Nah. The blanket looks cozy and cuddly. It is. It's really soft. So DK yarn and 3.75 millimeter hook. Granny squares for Boggy Creek. That's what you're doing, Samantha? Awesome. How is my plumbing issues? Well, it should be fixed. It should all be fixed now. They left. They were happy with what the result was, and should be all good to go. The only thing I want to do now, I did like really clean out the bathroom, but I would like to move my washing machine so I can clean underneath, behind, and that is a big thing that I cannot do myself. I can't move it myself, but I also need to like uninstall it because I can't move it due to, cords and cables and whatnot not being long enough. So I would have to get someone to do that also. My dad helped me put it in there in the first place, so I know I can ask him for help. The issue is, when will he have time to help me? That is a bigger question. When would that be possible? So I need to talk to him and see what he says about that. It probably shouldn't take too long since it's already like installed and whatnot, so it just needs to be unplugged and then moved and cleaned and put back together. What could it take? Like an hour, maybe ish. So, but I definitely cannot do that myself. Samantha's tired. Good evening, Stina. How are you doing? Naps can be very refreshing. What was for dinner tonight? I had air fried salmon, feta cheese, and a fish roe sauce. I was thinking about broccoli too. I just couldn't be bothered. So, no, feta cheese and salmon. Very simple. You know this blanket. Yes, the blanket is back. And it does have nice weight and good drape. Hello, Spoon. How are you doing? How did the swatches go? We need a good resume or something for what, how did the conclusions of the swatches. Yes. Samantha's got a headache. I hope that gets better soon. You're drinking holiday punch and playing with silk. So you're still spinning. Katrine was showing some pictures of some stuff that she was spinning on earlier. Mm-mm. Oh, okay. So you took something for the headache. Well, let's hope that it works sooner rather than later. Yeah, swatch update. The blanket will be, what did I say? 400 grams times 6. Someone do the math fast. That would also be 14.1 ounce times 6. And I am like, well, halfway through into the second of each of them. So, yeah. Thank you. 2,400 grams. So, yeah, it's 2.5 kilos almost. It's not too heavy. So, that is good. You got distracted and put down the swatch yesterday, and you're not out of bed yet. Okay, so swatchy will be resumed in a bit when you find your way out of bed. Or isn't it too early to get out of bed? Are you not supposed to still be sleeping? I don't know. It just feels a little too early. So maybe not swatchies yet. Will my freezing cold apartment, the blanket will now have a renewed purpose. Indeed. Indeed it will. But I think it might be not long enough for the bed to have it as like a bed, like a full cover. So yeah, we will see how big it will turn out. But I do think, just from seeing what I have here, that there would be adjustments for next blanket if I decide to do something similar to actually fit the bed in colors that would look better together with the curtains in there. My curtains in the bedroom are like a dark foresty green in a way, but it's linen, so they're letting a lot of light through and they don't feel so dark. Michelle, good evening. It's been a while. How are you doing? You're considering going back to sleep. You woke up about 4 and it's 7 now. So you could go back to sleep and then do swatchies. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Samantha. Throw blankets are useful to have. They are. Spoon is in Japan. Well, hello, Dawn Aaron. How are you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while since I saw you. I have been in your well, I've been lurking all over the place. I have been not feeling in a very chatty mood, so I've been more just lurking around most of the time. So I have seen you. You just haven't seen me. Um, mm, mm, mm. Hello, Charlie. It's been a while since I saw you too. How are you doing? I think Spoon just said, was it 7 in Japan right now? It's it's been a while between my live streams for a bit. So it's probably not so easy to keep a track of me when I'm around, because you never know when I'm around. Mm-mm. Yeah, it's nice to see everyone here. I do agree to that. Really nice to have great company. It's been cooling, as in temperature, or just in the YouTubes? Because it's getting cold here. We have snow. The snow is here. And yeah. I got a good laugh when I came home from the store today. So I know you know, it's cold, it's starting to get icy. Um, it's the time to like get some sand out on the streets so people don't slip and fall. And normally you do that by some type of machine, a tractor or something that just spreads the sand. Sometimes it's salt, but walking paths are usually sanded here. And all of a sudden, there's just a black car, like mm, not a truck because it wasn't. For those who know, like a caddy, if that makes sense, or you know what that is, but it's a little car. Um, and there was two guys jumping out of it, opening the back, and just took some sand in their hands and threw it outside of the house. That's apparently how we do it now. We just take a couple of, a handful or three of sand and throw it outside the entry to the building. What happened to the big machines? What happened to like doing this efficiently? It felt like someone didn't think this through. Or like last minute, like, is equipment not working? What's going on? But it just felt very random. I had to giggle at that. Uh, is it Thursday in Japan? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it's Thursday. In the YouTubes and outside, it's getting cool. Yeah. You have great temperatures, Katrine. Like, yes, I can hang out in that. Yeah. You spread with salt and you spread salt with the grass seeder. Well, that makes that, that sounds reasonable. Throwing sands with your hand, that feels like someone just, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Um, well, hello, Jonathan. How are you doing? Good to see you. Let's see what Nightbot says my weather is like. It only says that it's mostly cloudy, but it's snowy. And apparently there's a lot of snow more towards the coast. I'm more inland, but I don't know if it's how it's going to be. I do not know. Oh, I just realized I didn't check something yesterday or after the last stream. Do we still have Rita as the top chatter? No, she got demoted. Let's change that. Let's change my top chatter to the actual top chatter for the last stream. Anyone want to take a guess on who that might be? Pretty much the same temperature for Tam. I'm guessing people are guessing Spoon. Charlie says it's not him. No, Charlie, you've been gone. So yeah, it's not you. You also vote for Spoon? Well, I can tell you that you are all correct. Spoon was the top chatter from last night's live stream. So yeah, not really a surprise. Spoon has been the top chatter in the past. So has Rita, that had the title before I changed it now. It's just a fun thing. Woohoo, Spoon for the win. Give Spoon the crown. Well, maybe she fell back asleep because she's not saying anything. Or she ended up getting up and getting the swatchy because we want to know. This is definitely more comfortable having the blanket on my lap than it was before I went to get it. I did talk a little bit about it yesterday. It was just too far away, so I didn't go and get it. And now I thought I should do that. It's foggy and still not as cold, but very high humidity. But I'm guessing the fog is part of that. I would not want to dare and pronounce that city name. Stina, you might have to tell me how to pronounce that at some point. Um, well, thank you for stopping by, Charlie. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And thank you for the thumbs up. And everyone else, of course, too. We have a bunch of thumbs up. We almost have as many thumbs up as we have people in the house. That is impressive, honestly. It is usually not like that. Because I'm not good at reminding people to please do the thumbs up and subscribe and all of that other stuff. But hey, you don't need me to do it because clearly I have a bunch of thumbs up. So thank you. The only downside with this is when I flip it to work, the next row, it's going to be cold on the other side. Oh well. I can live with that. It's not as bad. But I'm definitely further away from the desk than I normally am, so you do get to see a little bit more of what's going on here because this is so big that I can't sit up to the desk in the same way. I do have to stretch a little bit further to get to the keyboard and whatnot, and to drink. Because that we also need to do. Don't forget to hydrate. Mm-mm-mm. So how has everyone's day been so far? Anyone have any fun plans? As I said, the plumbing should probably be all good to go now, unless they missed something or not, but they were working really hard for hours. Because of the limestone rich water, there was just like layers on the inside of the pipes. So how they described it to me is like that they'd use a big machine to like scrape everything off like through the whole pipes. So if they did that how they're supposed to do it, then I should be fine for quite some time. They have to do that fairly regularly, but still not very often all around this city. So I guess it was just time for this house. You've had a productive day, you think? Well, I think anyone had more of a productive day than I had since I slept half the day. But do tell, what did you do? How productive have you been? Internet issues caused by the neighbor's peacock showing off in front of the satellite dish are a new twist. But at least it comes with a pretty display. Really? Is that going on? Peacock is messing with the satellite dish to cause internet issues. I have never heard of anything like this. Do we have pictures to prove this? Because that's one of, if there's, it didn't happen if it's not, on Facebook or there's no pictures. It really sounds like someone made that up. You've been gaming all day and now shopping for aftermarket products for your next build. Was going to bed until I saw I was going to be on. So I'm messing with your sleep schedule. Like you didn't have a hard time enough falling asleep. Now, when you plan to go to bed, here I am and disturbing your peace. I'm sorry. Maybe you can fall asleep with me in your ear. At least that's something, perhaps. You did a bunch of crocheting today, but you need to do a bunch of household stuff tomorrow. Well, Yeah, that darn household stuff always steals crochet time. It's bummer. He's going to go on business this weekend. So does that mean you're gonna go with him, or are you gonna have some time alone and do live streams or something, perhaps? Or are you gonna be passenger princess and crochet in the car, perhaps? Pop up live Saturday. That is what you're. Yep. And Katrine has been productive. That is awesome. You're going to bed, but you're taking me with you. Okay, so I get to be talking to you while you try to sleep. I'm not going to sing you a lullaby, but yeah. Home Alone. You think it's going to be boring to join him on his business trip? Well, stay home and crochet. Sounds like a great plan. You didn't think to take a picture before you got him to move to the shed. Oh, so there is no picture of the peacock on the satellite dish. Bummer. For next time, if it ever happens again, please take a picture. Sing you a lullaby, damn it. I'm sorry, not tonight. I did have a sore throat when I woke up this morning. I was like, am I getting a cold? Like, no, I talked for 5 hours yesterday and I haven't done that in a while. So that should explain why my throat was a little sore. And it feels better. So, not suspecting there's a cold or signs of a cold. We had the discussion or the topic before about the candy Swedish fish. I don't know if I still have any left because that's one of the reasons I went to the store because I was like, I'm in the mood for fishies. I got me some candy. Oh, I have fishies. I have green fishies. I have yellow fishies. Yellow and green. But that's how they're orange and yellow here also. See, Swedish fish doesn't always come in red. I did post a picture of that in the past because, yeah, we have talked about this. That Swedish fish in Sweden is not just red. And they are actually in Sweden called pastelfish or pastelfiskar. So, like, I'm guessing, like, maybe it's not. Well, yeah, pastel as in like pastel light colors. But I don't see these as pastel, like not in that way. You'll see if you can get him to pose for you. The authentic Swedish fish, indeed. It does say, oh, you can't maybe see that there's letters on them. If it focus on the fishy, not my face. Maybe. No, it doesn't want to. Oh, there we go. Maybe you can see that there's letters on the fish, and it's the brand that makes the fish, Malaco. First, you thought it was salty licorice fish? No, I don't like licorice. But I do have fishies. I do have some chocolate, and I have another very popular candy, also the same brand. But there's Coca-Cola bottles, and these are yummy. I grew up eating a lot of these ones, so I like those. Yep, the chocolate. I'm sorry for all the crinkling that the bag is causing. Also, when we buy candy, we put them on a scale and we get the tags. So you can scan the tag of how much we weigh our candy ourselves, which is also, another thing. What do you have here? Stina is sending something to me. What is this? Oh, no. That is salty licorice fishies. I don't know what this is. It doesn't look very appetizing, but apparently, is it something you like or is it just what you thought I got? Because these are salty herrings. That would be similar to, well, this is salty licorice herrings. Apparently, those are vegan. But we have the pickled herrings. Those I like, the actual herrings. I do eat those. I do not eat the fermented herring though. Did I just see something about something? No. Is that the peacock? You got the yeah, we have a picture of the peacock. This is a proud peacock. And I bet that the peacock was big enough to mess around with things. That pic, it looks like you could have just taken that picture at a zoo or something. Really good coloring. Or like a stock photo of the internet. Curry herring? I have not tried curry herring. I do prefer the pickle, like prefer, but one of my favorite pickled herrings is the mustard pickled herring. Yeah, this bird is beautiful. You can definitely use this as an inspiration picture, picking yarn colors for something. Imagine a blanket or just like some fancy, a fancy shawl, a top or a dress perhaps. That blue, that really, really bright blue. Gorgeous. Mhm. Oh, moving this isn't easy. He is half displaying at the cats, so he's trying to scare them away, or just like, look at me, I'm so fancy. Maybe you and I need to trade candy. I can send more of the sweet and sour surprises. Well, that sounds like interesting ideas, yes. Are you looking for something special? Chocolates, licorice, fishies? You need some proper Swedish fishies? Not just the red ones? I think it's really silly that they only sell the red ones and it's like, oh, this is Swedish fish, when it's not. Maybe I'll get you some, well, salty licorice. That requires djungelvrål, which is jungle roar, monkey shaped salty licorice. What else do we have that is popular? Well, of course, Swedish chocolate. Turkish pepper. That is, I think it's like a hot and spicy type of licorice. I don't know. I don't like them. You want to do a shawl that looks like a peacock or even a peahen? So would that be the peacock women? What colors are they? I don't. When I think about peacocks, I only think about like the bright colors, but that is only the males that has that, right? To impress the women. But I don't think I know the colors of the other ones. Oh, you don't like the Turkish peppers? You got them in Denmark too. Yeah, neither do I. He's trying to scare them away from the food dishes. Apparently, birds like dry cat food. Well, I don't blame him if he thinks the food is yummy, then scaring the cats sounds reasonable if he wants the food. Hens are more brownish. But do they have any more color? Like a little bit of a pop of color? Or are they just plain brown version? Because I can imagine they have shorter like feathers. That just makes sense. The 2 hens your neighbor has are greenish. So is peacocks a popular thing to have as a pet around where you're at? Here you only have peacocks in the zoo. I don't think it I don't know, but I don't think it's legal to have peacocks as pets here. It's possible. I just haven't heard of it. So yeah, that would be yeah, I don't know if that is legal here. It's possible, but you probably have to have a bunch of permits and whatnot for that. So I got to switch color. We were doing purple and now we're on the gold. The hens have less color, but it's still a tad iridescent in the sunlight. Ooh, that is fancy. So I have been twisting the yarn skeins around. Well, I do have them in just a big plastic tub to not have it all messed up here. So let's see, what am I supposed to do here? That one's supposed to go there. That one's supposed to go there. So if I twist it, I don't know what direction I need to twist it to not tangle itself on itself. Did I accidentally do something when I got the purple out? I think I did. Oh well. I don't know. I'll sort it out later, I think. What's up and what's down on this one? You go there. And you go there. So I just have I've had the blanket on top of here also. But yeah, you can see that I could definitely fit 3 more of the mega balls in here. So I've just put the blanket on top of here between working on it. And keeping them in the plastic just feels like it's going to be easier to not have them tangle on each other when they start to, just become miniatures of their former selves. There's going to be a really big mess in there otherwise. So I appreciate that they come in plastic. It just feels like I'm saving myself some trouble keeping them in there. Now I get to flip it and make myself cold for a few seconds until I heat the blanket back up again. Oh well. They are not common and their calls are unexpected. Lots of exotic animals are illegal in rural Texas. That is a tongue twister. Rural. Yep. What was the word that I couldn't say? Woven was the one that was hard for Swedes to pronounce. I think I said that correctly. Oh, how many laughs did we get out of that? Hard words for Swedes to pronounce. We've had some fun with that, and it keeps coming back. And I have realized something. We can just delve into the talk about the volcano because there is updates on the volcano. I did see that there's more and more people talking about it. So it feels like it's closer and closer to getting closer to an eruption, which they have said is probably going to come in December or the beginning of next year. So I need to get my head down into the talks of volcanoes again and get myself updated. because that is definitely something I'm curious about now. When more is talked about it, it just feels like it's getting closer. Very interesting stuff. Well, on Iceland, same volcano. Well, yes and no, because it's the volcanoes has been like along the same line of, and it's kind of like a crack in the ground, but it's been so long, like 4 kilometers. Two of the eruptions were like 4 kilometers long, and then they start to fizzle down and just become one or two cones. So they're along this, yeah, trench. They're along the same trench, and parts of the eruptions has been on one end and some of the others. So you never know exactly where it's at, and since they are forming different cones on different places, they are considered different. Well, I don't know if they say it's the same because it's not the same cone. So they're all marked out as different eruptions, and I think they have named them differently also. So, but yeah, the predictions are December / New Year's. Some were saying end of November, but yeah, I don't think so. Living close to that would be terrifying, but you bet the sunsets are striking. Oh yeah. I'm just happy that I can see it on like webcams. I don't have to be close to that at all. It's just interesting to see. But it is not easy to predict that. It's like having a if you fill up a balloon with air or water, or at some point the balloon will burst, right? If you could patch it together afterwards, you have a fairly stretched out balloon. So next time you could fill it with a little bit more than you did the previous time until it gets to the point where it busts or erupts. And that's kind of the same thing. There's like a magma chamber, and it has been getting bigger and bigger between each eruption. So it takes longer to fill it, but it can also contain more. So there's that. Hello, Elaine. How are you doing today? Good to see you. And I hope your sister is good today also. Hello, Kim. How are you doing? Good to see you. What are you doing today? I am hiding under this blanket because I'm cold, like really cold. So this blanket needs to warm me up, and I feel like I need to finish it so that I don't have to complain about being cold all the time. She's doing good today? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I have no idea how long it's going to take me to finish this because it's kind of hard to remember how long it took before, and I can definitely tell that there's quite some yarn left in these. I might have took a fourth or maybe a third of these ones. I want to say like somewhere along the lines of a third or a fourth of the ones I'm working with now. So it feels like it's going to take some time. There's still plenty of yarn left. You're making a sun bunny to send to the North Carolina kids. That is cute. What colors are you making the sun bunny in? We can't see the sun bunnies that lives here because I'm sitting in front of them. I have one Missy's Cottage sun bunny, and the rest I have made myself. I did win a sun bunny from her off of a live that Michi had. and it's called Meadow. And it's all the pretty colors. It was really, when she told me, I gave her some like colors I like just for inspiration, like a little bit of a reference, but like colors I like. And I know that there was purples and blue, mint, and lime on my list. Do we see purple? Do we see blue? Do we see mint? And do we see lime? She was like, what am I going to pick for that? And she just like looked above, and it was sitting just on the shelf above her. The color was just, that's the colors I said. So it was really nice to hear that she's like, it was the, she didn't even have to pretty much stand up. It was just like, pick it down. So yeah, this is my Meadow, and I have a tail made by Tank in blue. I thought that was really cute that it matched. My other bunnies are made by me. And these are the bunnies I still have here. There is one more bunny that lives here, but it lives in Mini-Me's room. Mini-Me's bunny is not here. But these are my small bunnies, and I have a bigger bunny, Swatchy, the rainbow bunny. I do love the color changing yarns. You don't have to do a lot with that. It just works. It's magic by itself. Missy's got all the colors. She does. But when she said it, when she's like, I have no idea how I'm going to solve this. And then, yeah, it just solved itself. You have a sun bunny. Her name is Lily. Is that one that you made, or was it a gift from someone, perhaps? Missy is amazing. She's sending bunnies to the kids in, I'm guessing that's also North Carolina, so they have for Christmas. They may not get anything else since it was wiped out by 2 hurricanes. And you also got one from Missy? That is awesome. I know that when I won the giveaway at Michi's, Missy was very specific with that the winner had to be international, which is a little bit of a different one. Usually it's like only, US or open for everyone, but not international only. And it was pretty pretty funny that I was probably the only one in chat that was actually eligible to participate, but there was a bunch of other people that I guess they might have had the sound off and didn't know that it wasn't like an international or for everyone. So Michi had to redraw, and she's like, I see Amanda's name in here. I think she's like the only one that actually could have it. So she kept rolling and rolling and rolling until she had narrowed it down to me. It's like, you could have just given it to me. Yeah, Oh, you wanted a Dawn's? Your son bunny from her is Edwina. Edwina is a cute name. I did have a coworker once named Edwina, but here it's more common to have just a V and not a W in the spelling. You remember that she wanted to send them all over the world. Yep. So I have one. But yeah, she is a very, very sweet lady. And I have made a bunch of sun bunnies. Both my kids have sun bunnies. Some of my other family members have sun bunnies. Spoon has some of my sun bunnies. Rita has a sun bunny that I made with Rita's yarn. Yeah, there is sun bunnies all over. But the little red and yellow and orangey one, that is mine, made for me. That one's not going anywhere. I don't think a lot of the other ones are going anywhere either, but um, you never know. Your last few sun bunnies ended up wandering off to new homes when you went to visit a friend at the hospital. And you passed the children's ward. That is really sweet of you. That is a good place to rehouse not only sun bunnies, but just like cutesy animals, amigurumis. That is similar to the thing we're doing here with the Tröstemus. Rita has talked about it a lot, that she does stuff for Tröstemus. But it's just like small little cutesy toys. It could be, well, it started as mice because that's where it's soothing mice, or yeah, calming mice, comfort mice, something like that. But now there's, a lot of people doing different things. Some people are doing bears and bunnies and just cute little animals for kids that might need to be cheered up in one way or another. If you want to participate, you can send one to Miss C's by the end of the month. She's trying to get 50 for those kids. So anyone wanting to send some bunnies to Miss C to have them handed out to kids in North Carolina, that is a cute thing. Like 50, it shouldn't be too hard. There's so many of us out there that has done a sun bunny or three. It is a little bit crappy with logistics here, but yeah. I bet there's a bunch of you that is closer that can make sure that that happens. Because I'm not sure the end of the month. I wouldn't have it there in time if I sent her one. Even if I took one of the ones I already had, it would take too long to get delivered to her. She doesn't have half yet? Well, let's hope that there's a bunch in the mail on the way to her. And there's still time for people that is closer to be able to do that. Hello, Tracy. How are you doing today? It's snowing. That's why we got the snowy flakes. It is white outside my window. Depending on how much it snows, fingers crossed, it might actually stay for a bit. But with my luck, it's gonna melt away and not stay until Christmas. It's gonna come and go between now and Christmas. Hopefully, we get a white Christmas. Last year, you did a big collection of plushies and took them to the local nursing home for Christmas. Older folk need snuggly buddies too. Snuggly buddies. That is an awesome word. I love snuggly buddies. Very cool snow. You don't get snow where you're at, or very little snow. Would you like to have more snow? Some people like it and some people don't. I like the snow as long as it's on the ground and cold and crispy, not when it starts to turn into slush. That is one of the things I do not like about the snow. But it definitely brightens up everything when there's snow on the ground. This time of the dark, gloomy seasons. Ugh. You don't think there's much of a chance of a white Christmas? At least the last 3 years has been 50 degrees on Christmas Day. Yeah. It was always white Christmases and cold when I grew up, and it's been lesser and lesser snow every year. The snow is coming later and later, but it stays longer. Feels like the spring is later and later also. So it's like shifting a bit. But I think the last 2 years, we've had a bit of a colder winter, like in general, just colder winters. Um, so yeah, let's see if this is going to be a really cold winter or not. You miss snow sometimes. You always thought snow was beautiful. You like white fluffy snow on Christmas, then you're over it. Yep. Apparently the global warming is a lie. There's another thing that people don't really talk about, and I don't want to like global warming yes or no or anything, but the globe is round or a sphere or but it's not like north to south centered. It's like tilting. And there's a little bit of more of tilting, like as time goes, it's just tilting and tilting and tilting. That is something that happens, that we are tilting. And of course that could also, affect some of it, that the winters are shifting to where the snow, moves according to however the globe is tilting more. However, the global warming is partially to be blamed, or who knows? I'm just, there's other factors too. And it could be a combination of everything together. We got about an inch of snow every 10 to 15 years. That is not a lot. Frost you get, but not snow. Yeah, frost isn't. It's not so nice. Global warming comes with harsher winters too. Well, yeah, it's affecting everything or nothing, depending on if you believe it or not. But something is affecting in some ways. But if you just look at like historically, we've had ice ages and whatnots. Things are just shifting. There's cycles of everything, just like the yearly cycle of summer, fall, winter, and spring. Other things happen too. Like some volcanoes erupt every 800 years because apparently that's their thing. So maybe we're going towards an ice age or further away from one. We don't know. There might be scientists that knows or think they know, but no one really knows. Me just rambling about random stuff. Awesome. We end up in these weird topics once in a while. Yes, volcanoes, global warming, um, politics is a touchy subject, and we went there the other day or before the election when I was just, do your use your right to the fullest and go vote if you can. But I did have people getting upset that I was talking politics. So we're not doing that. I'm just, I'm all over the place. And that wasn't me saying that I did one or the other. It's just like, if you're allowed to vote, you should. And if you don't, then you're not allowed to complain about the result. That's my 2 cents on that. You're using a Christmas red, white, and green yarn for the sun bunny. So it's a Christmas bunny. Then it needs to have a name that is very Christmassy. Do you have a name in mind that you would like to share? Or is that a secret? Because I'm like Christmas. There's a couple of really Christmassy names. I'm thinking like, what's the girl in the girl in The Grinch? Cindy Lou? Is that the name? That is a very Christmassy name, right? Is there any other movies that's like Christmas movies that could inspire a Christmassy name? You like rambling conversation, and you haven't thought about a name yet. Well, there is no rush. It just needs a name before you send it away. Unless you're gonna let someone else name it, but Cindy Lou Who. Holly. Holly sounds very jolly, holly, Christmassy. Yes, that could definitely be a Christmassy name. That was a good suggestion. Holly Holiday. Holly. Isn't it something else? Holly. I don't know. There's something. It's in the back of my mind, but I can't. It's not coming to me. Could it be plant related? I don't know. Carol. Like Christmas carols? Well, it's better than Karen, right? We get to turn this thingy around. Let's try to do that. Thank you very much. And on my leg you go. You once knew a girl named Noel. To me, that is a boy name, but yeah, I can see that that works for both. Certain names are more universal, or in some countries, some names are more to like girls, and in another country, it could be a total boy name. So that you never really know. But I think I've heard more. Yeah, that to me that just feels like a boy name. Tank, sweetie, how are you doing? I have missed you. I hope you're doing good. Your grandma named a cat you gave her for Christmas Nick. Isn't that St. Nicholas? So Nick makes sense. And true, a somebody could also be a boy. It doesn't necessarily need to be a girl name. So any Christmassy name. Yep. Yeah, the name Karen has some unwanted connotations these days. Indeed. I actually have a relative that is named Karen, but in Sweden we say Karen. So it's a totally different pronunciation, and I don't get the same vibes saying Karen than Karen. So, um, yeah, I don't think a lot of people name their kids Karen these days, to be honest. Kim is actually an Irish boy name. Kim in Sweden can be either. That is definitely one of the names that it's either here. You guess it's a new normal. You don't like it, but it is what it is. You're not in a good place. That doesn't sound good. Elaine is still listening. Well, I'm happy that you're here now, Tink. You remember one of your favorite Swedish players was called Kim? Kim Källström? Yes. I do know of that Kim. Tank, are you able to crochet, or is just everything not so good right now? Oh, you can crochet. So that is good though. Kelly was also an Irish boy name. Kelly to me is a very girly name. You got Happy Meal from Elaine? What did you get? Or is it a secret? Oh, if we didn't realize, I did change color like a bit ago. We're doing gray now. I didn't say anything because I didn't really realize. I just kept going. But now, well, we started on purple, so we've done purple and gold and now gray. Not a full row of the purple though, because I know we started somewhere on the middle. Depends on the spelling for some of the names. That is also, yeah, you can do definitely spell different. I have seen Kim spelt with a C. That is a weird one to me because it's just not as common. A bunch of cool stickers. That is awesome. Did you make him yourself, Elaine? I know you're a very crafty person, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if you have things to make your own stickers. And Nightbot is asking what's in your cup and what's on your hook, or if you're doing something totally different, what are you doing? I just keep getting flashbacks to the peacock and the satellite disc. Why does this amuse me as much as it does? It just, I don't know. It was so unexpected. That's probably one of the big things about that. Unexpected. Drinking a peach nectarine flavored water. That sounds good. Okay, so this coffee lover here that don't like tea at all. I only drink tea to get the damn honey down because I don't like honey either when I have a cold. And I've been very much like vanilla tea, honey, and milk, right? And then I got introduced to peppermint tea. Dawn Yarndall used to drink peppermint tea. She may be still doing that, but that is why I was like, that sounds good. Okay, let's I like peppermint, so let's try that. And since then it's been peppermint tea and honey and milk when I had a cold. And for some reason, I don't know why. But not this time going to the store. I went to the store a few days ago. And I ended up in the aisle with tea. And I bought tea. Chai tea? I have never had chai tea. A lot of people talk about chai tea. Maybe it's good. I don't know. But now I have some. And then something that's like a mix of Swedish flowers and berries and whatnot. It sounded very like summery. I have no idea if it's good or not. But I had to get some because it was buy two get one half off or something like that. It's like, okay, I don't even know. Minnie Me likes tea though, and I've only had peppermint tea at home, and that is not one of the teas she likes. So the summery berry thingy, that was like for her when she has a cold. Because I left all the other teas with her dad when I moved away from there. I was like, I don't drink tea. I don't see the point in taking any teas with me. It's like, but she likes to drink tea when she has a cold. So I got that for her. I haven't dared to try any of them yet, so to be continued whether there's teas that I actually can put up with. Mint tea is great for sore throats or tummy aches. My dad always had peppermint oil at home. Um, that one does wonders for throat, but apparently it's supposed to be good for your stomach also. But that one's really, really strong. And it's usually like 5 drops of that oil in water, like lukewarm water-ish. And that's all you need for a sore throat. It does smell really good. So sometimes, like when I've had a stuffed nose, I could be like rub it a little bit here, so I get to sniff it all day, and it really clears out a little bit. Or also just really, really random and really weird. In my teens, I had a lot of eczema, especially like, well, here, or behind my knees, and that oil helped. It burned like a, mm, but it helped. I don't know how that worked. If I just like burned it away or something, but yeah. Mint tea isn't a tea. Tea comes from the tea plant, and mint tea is just mint infusion. Well, yeah, it is not mint as in mint leaves. Well, there might be some mint leaves also, but it's. I don't get that vibe. Because the plant does smell and taste a little bit different. You have kind of decent weather. It's not too cold. Herb and hot water equals tea. Well, technically, that is also true. Rain shower, 16 degrees. That is way better than here. Well, it's snowing. It is white on the ground, so we had to get the snowflakes out. I did have like just a teeny tiny bit of snow on the ground this morning. And I was like, well, there was not supposed to be any snow until this evening. And there was just a little bit on the ground this morning. It disappeared really fast. So it was just barely there. It was just like frost. And then the friend that told me like, oh, but it's gonna come snow this evening. I was like, okay, when? Oh, after 10 sometime. Yeah, okay, because there's no snow now. And that was around 8 that I was complaining. It's like, no, there's no snow. You just wait and see. There's gonna be snow. Very, very common thing to argue about here. Is it gonna snow? Is it not gonna snow? Swedes love to talk about weather. Yep. Who's right? Who's wrong? We have a Swedish, is it Met Office? But like people sitting and guessing weather, because it really feels sometimes that they're guessing. Half of the time they're not right. But the Swedish version of this, they're okay. There's some not half bad guesses. For some reason, the Norwegians are better. So when I want to check the weather, I go and look at what the Norwegian weather people is saying, because they are so much better, even at like the weather in Sweden. I have no idea if they have different data. It feels like they should be like having kind of equal amount of data or like sharing or whatnot, but Norwegian weather guessers, no, they're not just guessing. They have their data, but they're just more often right. So now you know that. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Feels colder with the humidity. That is also true. Herbs in hot water, herbal infusion, tea and hot water, tea. I'm not going to argue on this one. You can keep your argues about teas because you know better than I do. 15 degrees warmer an hour ago. Did the sun set or something to get that time of temperature drop? Because if the sun disappears, that usually does a bit of a different. Yeah. You get snow on Friday? Cold front swooped down. Well, it sure swooped if you had a 15-degree drop an hour ago. When you have so much weather, it's worthy of talking about, I guess. Rain, 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 gray. A little bit of snow. It melts. Rain, rain, gray. A little bit of snow. It melts. I definitely feel like this is a great thing to finish so I can use it. Because it's not getting warmer for a couple of months. So I have been looking at the yarns for these one, or just like mega balls in general. Mega skeins of acrylic. Because we have the mega balls that this is, and then Hobie also has the Everyday Stitch Mega, which I have also purchased in the past. I did Puff Stitch Purgatory Cardigan out of, well, they used to call it Everyday, but now it's Daily Stitch because they're rebranding. Either way, it's all mega balls with pretty much the same yardage. And I have been looking at those just to see if there's any colors that is interesting that could be a base of picking like colors or figuring out like what I'm gonna have in this apartment. I do have the dark green curtains in the living or in the bedroom. I have beige in the living room. I do have my Christmas red couch now though, because we did redress it from the white to the red now in time for Christmas. So I don't really have any colors here. Like all the colors in my apartment is what you see here. Everything else is like white, beige, nothing fancy, right? And my mom's been like, "Oh, do you have any special colors for things like in case I would stumble across like some pretty couch pillows or, decorative stuff?" It's like, I have no idea. If you find something that looks good, throw it my way and we can start with that color, I guess. As long as it's not yellow or orange or feel too much Eastery, yeah. Um, I'm good. We can go blue, we can go green, we can go purple, we can do anything really. Teal, perhaps, or minty colors. But yeah, I haven't really thought too much into that, but I have been looking at the yarns to see if there's any colors that would look nice. Because I was thinking of making another blanket like this with 3 colors. Just because I really like the drape and how this is working up. So I was like, yeah, that would work really nice to do this again. So that's what I was thinking I'd do. Just one more of the same in other colors. But I haven't figured out any colors yet. There was there is one that is like a petrol, like greenish teal blue. I don't know how to explain it. It's, oh, we do have something similar because this is also called petrol, but it yeah, I don't know. This one is hard to describe because it's not a blue and there's green in it. So I was thinking like going for this as a base, but what to put next to it to get it to look good, because this and mint and then what? I don't know. The pattern, I'm not totally sure what the pattern is for this one, but I know that there's a pattern, and if I remember correctly, it's the trio blanket. I think that's what it's called, but it's made out of 3 of like cakes like these, cotton cakes. I think Sheepy's Whirl is the original one, with like 3 Sheepy's Whirls, and I don't have any of those. But just cotton cakes, 1,000 meters ish. And that is a very popular one out there. So I did use that as an inspiration. I had seen that one. I was like, let's try. And then I found just a diagram, so not a written pattern, just a diagram of how to work the stitch, really. That blue is pretty. It is pretty. Spoon is back. Is it time for swatchies, or are you still in bed? Maybe we can take a look at the colors I was thinking of. I might as well show you, so you get a little bit of you got out of bed and turn on the heater, which was why you were staying in bed, because it was warm and nice and cozy in the bed. And now you're out of it. Okay, so is this the, yeah, that's exactly what it is. These are the colors available. See, and this is the petrol color. You see next to this navy blue that it has more teal hues in it. So I'm feeling this color because it's a color that I really do like. But there's not that many color options, and I do like this mint. So those two together would work nicely. But I'm having a hard time to pick the third color. These purpley lilac colors here, they're screaming too much. They are too much to work good with these. I can definitely see the purple ones going with this yellow. That would be a nice combination. Bright yellow and the light and the darker of the purples. Gray kind of feels boring. I could do gray. I have been more maybe white. So white, petrol, and mint. But I don't know. You like the petrol color. You think you've gotten it in other yarns. You just got a call from a local number in what you think was Chinese. Well, I guess that conversation wasn't a very long one. Or did you manage to figure something out of that conversation? Was it a good conversation? See, like this red is a very, very bright red. And the green, like all these colors are feeling really bright and vibrant. And they are a lot just by themselves. Mixing and matching with vibrant colors, it is a tricky one. We can do the burgundy or this dark red one. We can do like this. When you click on these ones, that is far down in the line. Oh, see here. Now we have the white, the petrol, and the mint next to each other. So if you click on one and it's not already on here in the little mini display here, it will move over there. So now we have white, teal, or white, petrol, and mint together. And you'd get a little bit of more, you know, easier to visualize when they're close to each other. But I was also, well, I've been thinking about like the grays, but also this grayish brown, which kind of feels a little walnutty to me, or a color that they often name walnut, because it feels like these ecru or the barley, like the creamish colors, wouldn't work too good. Black is, of course, always an option, but maybe the petrol and the black would be too much next to each other, and the mint's going to be like popping out a lot more. I don't know, it's just not that many colors that I feel like works good together here. You can mix and match for sure, but it's just a little bit trickier. The conversation was short and repetitive on both sides. I can understand that. You like the teal and the mint. Maybe the brown would work. So yeah, the walnutty. They called it gray brown. Yeah, it's we can no, it's already up there, so it doesn't want to fall in line and end up next to these ones. But petrol mint and navy blue. That's the yeah. Could be. I did think a little bit about the blues at one point, but I was more thinking about the lighter blue. Because I think the light blue and the mint does work good together. Not necessarily that I need to have like the mint and the petrol. It's just like two colors I really, really like out of these colors here. The red. Yeah, I think the red is a little bit too screamish for me. I don't, and also this, like we have a yellow and then we have a curry and an egg yolk. Two very similar colors with the curry and the egg yolk. Same with the ecru and the barley. They're also very similar. Not very many colors, and the colors are very similar. Well, that's just how I've been thinking about these ones. We also do have, can we find the Mega Balls easy? We can't. No, wait, Mega Ball here. We also do have these ones where we have quite a bigger selection. Eggplant is the color that I have used in the past together with soft mint. And we did see me rock eggplant and soft mint yesterday because that is what this hexagon cardigan is made out of. And I was wearing that yesterday. For those who was here, you got to see that on me. But that is eggplant and soft mint of the Mega Balls. I do have, well, these are Mega Balls. This is also an eggplant in this one. We have eggplant, a gray, and a gold. But there's definitely more colors to pick from. The only difference is that the Mega Balls are pricier than the other ones. The other ones are more of a like more budget friendly. But they don't usually put them on sale. Mega Ball do go on sale from time to time. Here we have the same color, walnut, the brownish color. So I do like plum and I do like the eggplant. Here we got peacock, cobalt, and corn. Like there's just so many more colors to pick from here. Deep emerald and peacock and cobalt, or like just peacock, deep emerald, and eggplant, and or plum. I don't know. Like they work together. Question is, would it be too dark to go for like 3 colors this dark? Peacock, plum, and eggplant, perhaps? Would they just like melt together so you don't really see it? Because here we have light and dark colors, and we do get the effect of, well, seeing that there's a pattern. But when colors are too close together, will it just be blending better? I don't know. I do not know. But decisions. I'm not going to make one at this point anyway. We're not buying yarn for that today, so it's just living in my head. What's 2 from the red on the right? Oh, we did move it. Let's 2 from the red on the right. Antique rose would that color be? That's what it's called. It kind of feels like almost, I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it antique rose. Would you call it antique rose? I don't know. The light blue, the mint, and the light purple might work. Yeah. I think I might be missing out on the purple though. Or no, the petrol. They are just very bright. The lilac-y is a little softer on the eyes than the violet. The plum, peacock, and emerald would be vivid. Indeed, it would. So there's options. There's options. But as I said, the other ones, the mega balls are not as affordable. So, not that it really matters. If I really want them and that's what I want, then at that point I'll get it. Not for now. Maybe for my birthday. Maybe I can treat myself for my birthday. Who knows? Gift cards or something. Possibly. And at that point, this blanket should be finished and I would know how much yarn to get. Nightbot doesn't want to give you the weather. You don't have any weather, Elaine. Nightbot is refusing you. There's no weather. Is it one of the cases where Nightbot's like, just look out the window? That is a typical thing that I could hear growing up. Asking my dad's like, what's the weather like outside? Go look at out the window. Open the door. Stop asking stupid questions. Just figure it out. Gee, thanks. Maybe Nightbot just went on strike. He's been saying all things and reminding us to hit the like button and subscribe, and I don't know. Maybe he fell asleep. He took a nap in the scrap basket, and we have to, maybe we need to shake him out. Let's shake the scrap basket. Perhaps we find someone else fallen out. So silly. I love it. Let's turn your work. And where are we at? You go somewhere over there. And 1, 2, and 3. Oh. There we go. Now we got weather. Weather is 17 degrees. That's almost summer. Swedish summer, 17 degrees. Pretty much. Let's turn you around like so. And like so. Fishing the blanket over. There we go. Nightbot is awake. Indeed. He was just slow on that one. But now he's being nice. What's in your cup and what's on your hook? Dancing to the music in the scrap basket causes yarn barf. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that one. Then again, yarn barf can happen at any time. Let's thank my members while we're at it, right? Because we're dancing, so let's keep dancing. We should be dancing more often. Rosie Posey! I am back. I am back. Kim is laughing. We're dancing to cause yarn barfs. Oh well. I'm fine with that. Could be worse. It could be like the yarn that I got to test that I didn't expect the yarn barf on those. I did show them yesterday. The Daily Stitch cottons, 8/4 cottons that didn't have a center pull. That was yarn barf. Oh, or that's no. Yeah, no. I do like center pull tabs very much, and that did not have it. How are you doing today, Rosie? What are you doing? Yay, now we have more thumbs up than we have people in the house. Well, we have had a couple come and go, so that is totally normal. But I see the thummies are rising. Thank you, guys. And as you might notice, refilling my glass means I'm going to stay for longer. In my cup, Nightbot, you just asked what was in your cup. No, you said welcome, what's in your cup, what's on your hook, and now what's in your cup, please remember to hydrate. You're being very much yeah, yep. We need to look at that later. Yep. Maybe if we do the dance in reverse, it will untangle. Wouldn't that be awesome? Do you need me to play music for a long time here? I can put the Be Right Back sign up. Not that I really have to go anywhere, but that one has music for a longer period of time. If needed. If that would reverse and untangle. That would be something. I like how you're thinking. It would make our lives easier if you could just like pause and put like reverse button if you're looking at something or listening to something, and that would just automatically fix yarn barfs. Sounds like magic. And I can appreciate some magic. I did grow up watching Harry Potter and reading all the books, and the magic it's really fascinating. I wish I could do magic. I did get to kind of do some magic this Monday when I had the maintenance guy trying to fix my ventilation, because he is not the very tallest of people. While he's been running around and fixing things here with my heating and the ventilation and whatnot, he does really remind me of the dwarf in Lord of the Rings, Gimli. Not for like being a short person, but he is a little on the shorter side, and he is a bit round, but he has the hair and the beard, right? But brown, so Gimli and brown, because Gimli is more of reddish hues. So I had him trying to fix some stuff in the kitchen fan, and it was like tall up, and he had a little box to stand on. It's like, I can do something better than that. It looks like you're reaching too far. Like your arms and shoulders are probably hurting because you're standing like this and trying to fix something. So I have a chair that is like, it looks like a regular chair, but you can fold it over so that the backrest folds over to stand on the floor, and then you get a stairs. So it's like a step stool. I don't know, but it's a couple of steps at least, and it was way higher than the little box he had to stand on. It's like, I can do magic, and it's just a Monday. Awesome, right? So we had some laughs about that. Closest thing I ever can do to magic is turn my chair into a step stool or stairs or whatever. But ta-da! Right? You're better now that you just woke up from a nap. I also took a nap earlier. You're currently eating the Halloween candy your son doesn't like. Well, that's one of the perks of being a parent. And your Centro has arrived. So you're trying to wake up before opening it. That sounds like you have some fun in your future. I am doing magic. I am taking yarn, waving it around a wand, and poof, a blanket. True. In a way, true. But it's not as fabulous as being able to like whoopity whoop and it's finished, right? It takes time. That's the only difference. It takes a lot of time. Sometimes you just wish you could speed it up because we want to do all the things, and time is our nemesis because it just takes a lot of time, and not everyone has a lot of time to spend on doing things that they like and enjoy. Relax time. And where did you go? There we are. Did we see the progress marker yet? Where do we have it? I don't know where it's at. I'm guessing it's somewhere over here. Yeah, okay. So we started at the progress marker on purple, and then we did purple going that direction. So yeah, I had just turned. So we pretty much did a whole row of purple, besides 3 blocks in the beginning. And now we're back on purple again. So row number 4. Rosie, you might recognize this as a blanket that I started working on before Christmas last year that was supposed to be made for Mini-Me's dad. And since we're not living together anymore, I felt like putting this in timeout, for obvious reasons. But I have set my mind to finish it for just, the reasons of finishing it. And my apartment is cold, so it is perfect to just cover myself in this blanket instead of freezing and talking to you guys. In a way, I would like to continue on the shawl that I was working on yesterday, but I also don't want to be really cold, and I have gotten a little bit done on that one today, so it's not like it's being forgotten. But for the time being, this blanket, when it's finished, is going to keep me warm, and I'll use it for reference for future blankets in sizing and such. I think it's going to be shorter than I want it, because I would love to have this on my bed, like to cover the whole bed. Would you call that a bedspread? That would just cover the whole bed and hang down on the sides all around. And I do believe this is going to be short for that, but it's definitely wide enough for my bed. I want to say that the measurement of my bed is 210 centimeters times 120. It's either 200 times 120 or 210 times 120. But yeah, along those lines. So 2 meters and just a little shy of 1.5 meters. And it does feel for sure wide enough. So maybe wide enough for even wider bed, to be honest. But I will definitely learn something. How much can you do with 6 of these mega balls? How big of a blanket can you make? And what is needed to look good on my bed? Cedric joked with you about your slow magic. You start with a pile of fluff, wave your wands, the spindle, the hook, or the needles, and eventually a garment, bag, or a blanket. Well, you have taken your magic to the next level with the whole, spinning your own yarn. Yeah, that is next level. And I am not there. I probably will try some at some point, but I don't feel like that is my calling. My hook is my calling. Oh, you remember it? It will keep me very warm. Yep. Well, I definitely need a warm blanket, and this is heavy and cozy and snuggly, so I do look forward to being able to just like hide underneath it. And it's probably big enough for me to at least hide myself and a kid underneath this. Maybe both, but yeah, me and a kid at a time without having to fight. That is definitely doable with this big and chunky blanket. Slow magic is still magic. Yep. Beepity boppity boo. That's from Cinderella, I think. Why did I just remember that? Speaking of Cinderella, I have a jigsaw puzzle covering the whole of my living room table, which is just behind us over here. Because Big Kid was home this weekend, and I haven't removed the jigsaw puzzle yet, but he was puzzling, and the puzzle is a lot of Disney characters, which is plenty of fun. There is all the no, not all, but a bunch of the princesses, Pinocchio, Baloo and Mowgli, some of the Dalmatians, Aristocats, mm, the is it Cheshire Cat, the big cat with the grin from is it Alice in Wonderland? Just a lot of fun random things on that puzzle. And a big book, like a fairy tale or storybook at the bottom. So it's folding up and all of the characters look like they are coming out of the book. The spinning relaxes you. You keep telling him that spinning wheel would speed up your magic, but it hasn't worked yet. Oh, you only have a drop spindle and no spinning wheel? And you would want a spinning wheel? And you were hoping he might get the hint and get you one? Spoon is collecting spinning wheels. She does know some about spinning wheels. Is it hard to get like secondhand spinning wheels around where you're at? Because I'm thinking like, is that something that a thrift store might get in once in a while, or how would you go about finding a secondhand spin wheel? Like Craigslist? Is that where you'd look? Facebook Marketplace? I'm just thinking about spin wheels. I might have seen a spin wheel at some point at my dad's place. I think that he might have gotten from like a grandmother of his or something. But I don't know if he still has it or if it would work. But that one would definitely be antique. So drop spindles are cheap and easily made. Spinning wheels are costly and complex to make. Well, yep, they are not cheap. That's why I was thinking like a secondhand one should probably be more affordable than a new one. But they are very pretty, like a decorative piece. They do take some room also, like a little bit of space at least. Probably hard to acquire. Maybe so. You've never seen one sold anywhere? Have you looked for a spinning wheel, Rosie? I'm just like, now you were getting me curious over here. Usually the best price wise is a hard sale, but there's a Facebook group that does sell spinning wheels and stuff. So there is particular Facebook groups. I'm just curious too, like how hard would it be for me to just find a spinning wheel right now? So if we're checking Facebook Marketplace, there is actually a bunch. I have no idea whether these would work or not, or because they look pretty old, a lot of them. We have someone selling one for $10, $350, $150, $50, $25. Like some of these look really old, but some of them actually look like they could still work. Or that they might need a little refurbish or something, but okay, so the priciest one, $350. Looking at what they cost new, because I've looked. There was a period of time where I was like, this looks like fun. What would it cost to get one? And they are so much pricier than the prices that is here secondhand. Like I I'm scrolling. We have 5 on each row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Over 20 rows of 5 on each. So how many would that be? Like there is a lot of spin wheels to get here. And these are actual spin wheels. These are not drop spindles. These are proper wheels. Non-electric, the old-fashioned, you have to use your foot pedal-wise. And there's even more. Like I just stopped counting. So they are definitely available in Sweden for kind of cheap. But most of these, I would say, they are old and they have been used. They look used. They're not just like fancy collecting dust ones. There are a couple of ones that is painted. Someone took the time to like paint them with flowers and ornate pretty stuff. So there's that. The portable folding wheel that you want is $600. Other things comes first. I can understand that. Is that the Ashford Joy? The old ones are solid wood and the new ones are composition wood. It's an Ashford. That was Spoon's first wheel. The Ashford Joy, and you had the bag for it was very convenient. So it was foldable and you had a bag so you could transport it. That is nice. Sounds practical. If you can find the plans, you could ask Cedric to make you one. Yeah, so over 100 just from one look at the marketplace. And I could have kept scrolling. So, I guess it's a little easier to find something here. I don't want a wheel. Spinning non-animal fibers is too challenging. Yeah, no, I'm not feeling like spinning is my thing. But I did look at just like for science, what does a wheel cost? And I realized that it's not something I should even venture into because the fiber is also not cheap. So you need the fiber, and then you need a spin wheel, and then it takes time. It feels like it's a very time consuming thing. It takes a long time to spin, and then you have to make something out of it. But the amount of yarn I can go through in a week if I crochet as much as I normally do, it would take too much time to spin the amount I use. So for me, it's just not worth it. For science. Yes, for science. A lot of things are just for science. Out of curiosity, I had to know, how much does it cost? Is it something that is worth venturing into? No, it wasn't. So I scrapped that fairly fast, I'd say. You just looked up spinning wheels in your area and you saw 6 in total, prices ranging for 150 to 400. Do they look vintage or do they look fairly new? Or like that they were taken care of in a good way so that they hopefully will last like for a long time. Moonrose, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. What are you doing today? We do have, well, Facebook Marketplace, and then we have, well, eBay isn't really a thing here. We have a Swedish eBay lookalike type of thing with auctions. And I bet that if I'd gone there to look, I would find the more pricey ones, because the more pricey ones are probably more, for auctions perhaps. The Facebook Marketplace ones are the ones that are sold from people that maybe had a grandparent pass away and this is leftovers and they have no idea about the value of the things. You're whipping up a storm? In what way are you whipping up a storm? Are you baking and throwing flour all over the kitchen? Or whipping? Whipping cream all over? When you had a chance to borrow a wheel, you managed to spin and ply about 2 skeins a day. So it sounds like you need a wheel. Vintage and some looked like in rough shape. And still that price? But yeah, if you didn't have that many in your area, then prices will go higher if there's a demand and not as much to supply the demand ish. But it would be awesome if he could make you one. Could he possibly make you one, Katrine? If he only had like schematics and whatnot? Because well, the ones made out of wood, they're of course made by someone. So it's definitely doable, but it's like, how long does it take? How much effort? Is it tricky? And how much skill do you need to actually get to the point where you can make one? And yeah, all the questions. And let's untangle myself and turn this around. So where is that one? And flippity flop. Let's move you over there. Twisty, spinny. And there is the yarn I'm currently wanting to work with, and I need to untangle that. Yes, please, thank you. Well, come out, come out. Wherever you are. There, I think we made it. Okay. Oh. Making the snowflakes dance. I wonder how much it's snowing outside. I'll take a look at that in a bit. They are considered a specialty item. You have seen electric wheels 3D printed. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've heard some people really like them, and some people do not like electric ones because they are harder to control tension, that you have more control with a, pedal one. So that is definitely something that apparently is a preference thing. But the 3D printed electrical ones, you'd need a motor or something for those, right? And the rest is 3D printed. Perhaps that is it a cheaper option? Like, of course you need a 3D printer or know someone that has a 3D printer. And if you don't have that, buying a 3D printer is expensive. So in that case, just buy a spinning wheel, right? But if you already have one, I'm guessing it's not like extremely expensive if you need a motor and you can do all the other things yourself. He made both of your inkle looms. You play with textiles, he liked to play with wood. And in a different context, that could sound really different. But carry on. We already know from previous that my head sometimes very fast sidetracks and goes elsewhere into the gutter or carry on. So your hubby does wood furniture repairs and restoration. That is cool. The electric eel, not the electric wheel, the electric eel is very small, portable, well supported, and $100 all inclusive with everything you need to start. And that is already made by like 3D printed or something. Mm. Oh, and about $100, not avoid. Okay. Okay. You didn't what, Moonrose? Whip up a storm with throwing flour in your kitchen? You've seen 3D printed foot pedal ones, but they are costly and made to order custom items. I think I've seen like a portable electric one made 3D printed that wasn't like, it was, pretty much you can fit it in your handbag or purse. But I have no idea if it's, good quality, if it could um like would it last for a long time, or is it small and fragile? Or you're not biking this week? Okay. Okay. Full production with a very good motor and all the little bits you need. Mm. That type of play you have, Cedric. You don't like yarn in that way. Well, I wasn't referring to that you like play with texture. It was more like he plays with wood, and that was, yeah. Next. You're trying to make about over 100 hat sets. Are you doing that on like a Addy or a Centro, or are you crocheting or knitting 100 hats, or maybe sewing? But that's a lot of hats. Um, you're starting your party sweater. It's almost it's almost your armpits. That is good. You were on the first Kickstarter for the first electric wheel that came out 5 years ago, and people are still loving and using theirs with much frequency and heavy use. That means good quality. So maybe that should be on your wish list, Katrine. An electric one for about $100. That is less than, a good wooden, well, newer or apparently also like old ones that might have been used and abused. You're using an Addy. Awesome. I have no such thing as machines. I have me and my hooks. Some days I'm like, maybe I should have like a knitting machine for hats or something, because I have yarns that I'm not as tempted to use anymore, that I could use it as a stash buster and just make some hats. But at the same time, yarn isn't cheap, and at some point I might have worked my way through my stash that those yarns need to be used because I might not have any other yarns. So it feels like, do I risk just stash busting it away, or will I eventually need it for a rainy day in the future? I don't know. So I don't see a Centro or Addy or something in my future at this point, if that makes sense. You have two of them electric ones. You will make a note of that. Sounds like a good note to make. You need the stash for the apocalypse. Yeah, wasting it on knitting machines and whatnot just doesn't feel like the best thing to do if we're awaiting the apocalypse. We need more yarn for that. We do see that there's still some space on my shelves. Like there's space up there. We see space up there. There's space. We have, items instead of yarn that I made, and they're just on display. So there's definitely space for more yarn. It's just not a budget for the new yarn at this point. So for the future, the emotional support yarn is a must, and that is very true. You made an orange and white hat and a pom-pom. Did you make the pom-pom to match also orange and white? Or did you make the pom-pom in one of the colors, just a solid one? I know all about Spoon's emotional support yarn purchases. Yes, what was it the last time? Was it depression? That's what you called it, depression yarn purchase? I think that's what you called it. Something like that, yep. We don't need to go into the details of why this depression occurred, but yeah, I think you called it depression yarn purchased. So that was for sure emotional support yarn purchased. I've had a couple of those too. Like sometimes you're like so not in a good space, and what cheers you up? Some new yarn. Yep. Well, this is my therapy. Yarn is my therapy. And there has been more than a few occasions where more yarn has been purchased due to mood being down. Depression donuts, sadness pizza, and feel good yarn purchases. Pick me up yarn. Yarn based retail therapy. Yes, all of the above. All of the above. Who needs emotional support pets when you can have emotional support yarn? You can't take the pets everywhere. Pets needs to be fed. Yarn is just there to love you. I'm just and some people have allergies. But we can also, just for funsies, we can throw in the support pickle also, because we have that. Um, if it has been a bad day, order yarn. It might not have it might not make the day better, but you will have something squishy on the way in the mail. Moonrose is slowly clearing your office. Are you making space or just cleaning? Making space is a good thing sometimes. You could be making space for more yarn, and then it's definitely a good thing. Yarn and the community that comes with it are your therapy. We do have a good community here. I do agree. I do agree. Katrine does know a little bit. I was talking to her a little bit before I went live because she was asking if I was going live today. And at that point, I was really I've had a lot of anxiety today. So it's just not been a good day. But just the fact that I did talk yesterday about that I possibly could do a live stream today, and that she asked me if I was going live, it made me feel like I should go live because there's someone that wants to hang out with me. I should not sit here and be like depressed by myself. I should step out of the bubble and just come and hang out with my friends, because I know you guys are out there and you are great support and you do mean more to me than I might be expressing, because I don't often share about how I feel in that way. So, Katrine, you can thank yourself a little bit. You can pat yourself on the shoulder for me actually being here, because you did kind of let me know that you wanted my company, and therefore I decided to just go for it. I had been thinking about it for like probably a good hour or so before I actually got to that point where you asked about it. Like, should I go live? Should I not? I was just, I don't know, scrolling shorts or reels or something and not really doing anything productive at that point. So I was like, there's no point in me doing this when I can do something else. Because sometimes I just get stuck in shorts or reels, or, yeah, stuck in my own head. That is also a thing that happens. So, thank you. Um, the support pickle is made of yarn, so that counts. And that. Give a spoon a bag of sunflower seeds. It was after the move, so it was a mess. Frizzy Bee, don't we all glad you came on, and hello to all in the chat. How are you doing, Frizzy Bee? Good to see you. What are you doing today? Are you crocheting? Are you doing something else fun? Or do you have any fun plans? It did help me feel better. It did. Or it does. And also this blanket keeping me warm also feels good. My hands are definitely not as cold as they were earlier, but all of me is not as cold as I was earlier when I didn't have the blanket to hide underneath, because I did go get it for the stream. So well, I'm happy to be here when it's just, pressing the button, go live. It Some days it's just damn hard for no reason really other than it's up here. You're doing well. You were live earlier teaching your Santa at Crochet Along. You're probably going to work on your giant peppermonty snail. That is garden hoe crochet pattern. So you have a giant snail. I don't recognize that name. So I don't think that's the same pattern I used for my big snaily. Doom scrolling is a trap. It goes on forever. Mm. Have you seen my snaily? I have this snaily, but this is not pepperminty. This is just a giant snail. So this is my big snail. But I don't recognize garden hoe crochet. I don't think that's the same designer. Not the same designer. Yeah, that's what I thought because I didn't recognize it. I found this on Ravelry. I do not remember the designer either. I know that the yarn I use is Cascada, and I use one skein of that, or one cake, and then a little bit of cookie for detailing. There's a little bit of a blue detailing there. And Spoon is currently supposed to be, I don't know if she started yet, but swatching the same yarn because she just got one for herself. And we want to know Spoon's review on the yarn. We're waiting for that patiently. Is your snail going to be this big or larger? I want to say that the yarn is Spoon, is it DK or worsted or somewhere in between? It is like chain spun filled with fluff, and I don't remember the hook size I used for it. Yours is bigger? Oh, size 7 yarn. Well, then for sure yours is bigger. Your snail might be bigger than mine, but I have a pickle that's bigger than most. I have a giant pickle. I made the pickle, and then I made the giant snail. Do we need snail trails on the big pickle? The snail likes to mount its pickle. Welcome to the silly world of me. He's going to be more like a decorative pillow. That's a gherkin if you've ever seen one. Yep. It even has the bumps and the thingy, but yeah, we have a little bumpy pickle here. This is made out of leftovers from a yarn. I got the yarn to make a monster from a big kid, and this is the leftovers that turned into my big pickle. Honey Bunny Big from Hobie, I want to say. Yeah, Spoon, where's the swatch update? We want the update of the swatchies. Do we like Cascada? It's hard for me to pronounce it because I'm not sure like I should pronounce it the way I am. Because for me, I want to say Cascata. More of a Swedish pronunciation to it. You're still working on it, so no first impressions or such. This is what the yarn looks like that we're talking about, but this is not the same colorway Spoon has. So we see that it's chained and fluffy and definitely not a 7 weight. Yeah. But it took one of these to make her. Spoon is still working on it. It's about halfway, and you're doing real life morning stuff. Oh, same impression as yesterday. Yarn is kind of slick. You like it. You love the color. Morning stuff has to happen. Still super beautiful. Yes, we love yarn here. I'm kind of sad that a lot of the yarn is hidden by all the clothes on the rack at the moment, but I can't really be too picky. I need to rearrange everything here. I'm not happy about half of it, but it is what it is. I think I do have more of that yarn in other colors, just for specs of the yarn I use for the pickle. Maybe this is closer to what you're using. It does say 7 Jumbo, Honey Bunny Big, and that is same thickness as my pinky. So maybe this is closer to what you're using and that I made the pickle out of, and you will definitely have a giant snail if you're using something like this. You might make a cardigan, but when you're done with the swatch, you have to put it away because new crafts arrived yesterday to learn. What new crafts did arrive yesterday? What are we learning now? When you do cardigans, the swatch becomes a pocket. That is very smart. Indeed it is. If you want pockets on your cardigans, you might as well just use your swatches, and there you have it. A pocket made. So I want to say this is about the amount that was used to make the pickle, because I did make a monster out of this blue one, and I made a monster out of the green one, and the monsters are exactly the same. And this is the leftovers left of the baby blue, and I should have had about the same amount with the green one. I did calculate that I could almost squeeze out 2 monsters from one of these skeins, but I was short like a little bit. So it was not, yeah, this is little less than half of the skein. And I want to get it back in the label. Can I get it back in the label? Kind of, maybe. Oh, come on. There we go. And I also have baby pink out of this yarn at the bottom of my basket. This is all my chenille yarns. They're all in this little basket. So we do see the baby pink at the bottom, the leftovers of that. But I have a bunch of different thickness one. This one is really thin compared to some of the others. That one is really thin if you just compare it to like the regular, well, honey bunnies and whatnot. I think even on the from this distance you do see the difference in thickness. So I have a variation, which makes it a little bit more difficult because I feel like it's easier to use the same thickness, unless I do like on the monsters. There was a detail that was the bow, and I did have this thick yarn to make the monster, and then I did double strand to make the eyes, and then just a regular thinner one to make the bow. So in that sense, it was kind of easy to mix and match. But if you're making something, one big project like a cardigan or something, I don't know if it's easy to mix and match thickness. Maybe it is. Maybe the ones that has less of a difference in thickness, but there's like a really big bulky one. Yeah, that needs a little bit of thinking to figure that out. Why did you not want to go in there? I don't know. Okay, there you go. Go back. It is very soft. That one's not supposed to be there. But yesterday we threw in all of the Asterias in the empty cubbyhole where that one's supposed to be. But that one was in a different place because it was next to me under the desk because I was being bored the other day. And I did this. I don't know why I did a granny square. I have no idea what it's going to become. Most likely I'll frog it because it feels stiff. Different hook size perhaps. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this yarn. Like the colors are a bit much like this. I did make a blanket in the past where I had this colorway combined with this colorway, and together they worked out really good because just looking at it like this, they look good together, right? But I have a bunch of leftovers of this. I'm not feeling granny squares. But then again, granny squares isn't my favorite. I just wanted, I don't know what to do with all of that. That's all is like polyester yarns. Not my favorite. They feel a bit stiff and silky and at the same time a little bit rough. So I don't know. I just got them out to play with them a little bit. But I have no idea. Maybe I'll just use that for, well, sometimes I see blankets that is made by designers like that's really pretty. And I don't feel like I have yarn to go for it. There's quite the amount of yarn in that. So maybe I can do that for just like a crochet along blanket that I might not be feeling like it's gonna be a keeper. I can stash bust and try some new techniques, perhaps. I do like that, to try new techniques and challenge myself. There's probably plenty of blankets that I would have made if I had felt that I had the yarn for it. And that is yarn I definitely feel like if it doesn't turn out good, I'm not sad. kind of the type of yarn I could use for a centro if I had one. It's not my favorite. But then again, I might need that yarn for, the apocalypse. Or insulation. I have a cold apartment. I am a little sad that I didn't snatch some of the Mega Ball lucky bags, because they did have Mega Ball lucky bags, or these Mega Skeins lucky bags. It would have been nice to have to make a couple of more blankets of this size. And the price was right, but unfortunately I couldn't get any. Also, they sold out really fast, so I don't know if they just didn't have a lot or if a lot of people wanted them. They still do have the flash sale lucky bags, which is the same type of acrylic, just in the smaller skeins, not the mega ones, and you get 5 skeins. That's 500 grams, and a mega ball is 400 grams, but the mega balls was 3 of them, so it was like 1.2 kilos in those. It was just good pricing. So getting 2 of those lucky bags would have been the same as this blanket, but colors could have been whatever. So there's that part. Does the colors work out? You never know. So in some ways, I do have regrets. Something that Spoon has been teaching me. Regrets are not a good thing. She has regrets, and she blames it on me, and I can definitely take the blame for that regret of not buying Dolce on awesome sale price. So, because I keep saying, only buy yarn on sale, wait for a good sale, and then you purchase yarn. Don't pay full price if you don't have to. And the great sale came, and Spoon got a few, but not all the colors. And now she wants a couple of more colors, and there's no good sale prices. So she is regretting. Yeah. You just have to wait for the next sale to get the final 2. But you did say that you had regrets. That I should have talked you into getting all of the colors. That was my fault that I didn't talk you into it. You feel incomplete. It does feel weird to hear that I didn't talk you into buying something. At the same time, I was like feeling bad enough for enabling to the point that I have, because I have enabled. I don't do that on purpose. I just love talking about yarn, and I love talking about yarn I like. And if that makes you want to try the yarns I talk about or get influenced in other ways, then I guess I can take the blame for inspiring you to purchase yarn. That is not my goal, but I do love to talk about yarn. And I love hear you guys talk about yarn also. So we do inspire each other. You do have regrets. Oh, yeah, life isn't easy. Your budget keeps you from getting all the yarns. I feel you. It's the same. It is very much the same. So I have actually not bought anything from the Black Friday sale, which is surprising to me because I feel like this is the time of, if I should buy something, this is the time to do it because of the good prices. But nothing is really like, pick me. Why is it just like that this year? There's nothing. Pick me. Is it so difficult? I don't get it. You're loving the silk. It's spinning up so pretty. Right, you were spinning silk. Was it just silk or was it something silk and something? Nothing is jumping out at you from the second half of the Black Friday sale. The only thing I've been thinking about, I did talk to some of my friends that we have previous years done Christmas swaps. Um, Everyone gets to buy presents for one person, and like we know who to buy it for, so it's similar to like this white elephant thing, but I know who I would be purchasing to, and that would be gifting to another one. So it just goes around. Um, but we haven't really decided anything this year. We did talk about it a little bit, but not everyone was really feeling it this year. So I was like, should I wait until we decide something for that? Because in that case, I might have to like, well, pick some Christmas presents, but there's still nothing really wowing me. There we go. Personally, you see it less as enabling and more as giving permission, you know? Well, that's one way of looking at it. I don't think I need to give permission to anyone to do anything, but if that's how you feel, me talking about yarn and pretty things, and then that is like the all clear of go get some yarn. Sure. This would be the time, and you see many you want, but the budget says nope. I totally get that. You've been spending a lot of money on things to repair house stuff and whatnot, so I can for sure understand that. That for this year, it's probably not going to be the best year for spoiling yourself with yarns. But I do hope that you once in a while at least spoil yourself with something. Maybe not yarn, but good food, great company, other things to make you smile that doesn't necessarily need to cost a lot. Because sometimes we need to do that. Sometimes it could just be getting the fancy yarn that's, over on the special corner of your stash and cuddle with that and possibly even use it. The yarns that you have saved for special occasions. Like shop your stash for the stuff that you just, the special yarns. Just to spoil yourself in any way. The silk is just silk, straight from the dyed hankies. The silk cocoons were gifted to you, so you stretched them into hankies and then dyed them with food coloring. So you've done everything from start to finish, coloring and yeah, or dyeing. You are spoiling yourself a little bit. Fancy silk. Sounds like a good day. Yeah, home and car takes most of the budget. That is why the stash is important to have for the days where you can't stash build. Sometimes you can stash build and sometimes you can't. But you did lose parts of your stash to the floods and whatnot. So I'm happy you didn't lose all. Yeah. And with the issues I've had with the plumbing and whatnot, I am thinking that these lower shelves need to be plastic totes or something, or no yarn. I think I'm gonna like just in case. Now they fixed the plumbing. I don't see that being, issues anytime soon. But I'd rather not make the mistake of putting things where it could be destroyed. It would take quite a lot to actually get water in here. It would most likely go down the stairs to the outsides before it ended up in my living room. But to be honest, I'd rather safe than sorry. So, um, and I do have like that over there. We have a plastic tote, so that it would add a little bit of a water barrier at the bottom, or just stuff down here that doesn't really get affected. In this one, I only have my blocking boards, and they're like foam. So I don't think that that's something I really have to worry about if and whatnot. So yeah, just something else down there. And I always have the space up top also. So we shall see what we can do. But it was really an eye opener that I did have a little bit of issues on Saturday. They fixed it. And all the issues that came yesterday with water almost getting out of the bathroom. I do have a little bit of an edge from the bathroom out, so it does have a little bit of a lip, or you have to step over it. So that it did stop the water from coming out of the bathroom, but it could have definitely risen higher. We did tell the neighbors to please not use any water, to stop it from overflowing or whatnot until the plumber got here. So that was something, at least. But I don't think it would have taken that much for it to actually go over if the neighbors had kept using their drains as normal. Maybe a dishwasher or a laundry machine, or one trip to the bathroom, and then I would have had a flood out in the hallway also, probably. Safe is much better than the horrors of the cleanup. Yep. Yeah, no, just the cleanup of the bathroom has been a horror of itself. I'm happy it just stayed in there. After the floods last spring, your blocking mats were too moldy, so you have new ones. That is true. That is one thing that can happen. Yep. But I'd rather get new blocking mats. They're in a way more like disposable. Some of the yarns is hard to find. Some of the yarns are, colors are discontinued. Some yarns are discontinued, or just expensive or hard to find. Blocking boards you can easily find. Mine are puzzle mats from my kids. They're not actual blocking boards. There's just these foam puzzle mats. And they were really cheap. Proper blocking boards or mats are, with the grid, so you can use the grid and really like get perfect blocking. Those are, of course, pricey. But my puzzles have been doing what I need them to do, so I'm happy with that. So how much do you still have to fix around the house that you feel like needs to be fixed after flooding and whatnot? Like, is there stuff that just isn't like being prioritized for not being like very important to fix? It's like, You can do that later when the budget is allowing for it to be fixed, if that makes sense. You don't have blocking mats? How do you block your things, Spoon? Because I know you like to do blockings. So what do you do? Yours are puzzle mats too. 20 squares for 15 was too good to pass up. Yep, that sounds like a good price. Or blocking wire. So what do you use then, Spoon? Crafty Gypsy. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Good to see you. What are you up to? Are you crocheting? Are you adulting? What is going on? You do like to block and small things. You use a cork board. Well, yeah, smaller things doesn't need big fancy stuff. Yeah. Or you just use a bed. I like to pin things and stretch things. Blocking mats and pins and wires are awesome in my opinion. I haven't looked at how long it takes to make one row. I know we had a little bit of, kept tabs on that in the past when we were working on this blanket. But I want to say we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on row number 6 in, well, possibly 2.5 hours. So how much would that be? Would that be, no, ish half an hour or less on each row? 20 minutes? I don't know. Anyone wants to do the math? That's the math. But, or no, maybe more like 5 rows in 2.5. Because I haven't gotten that much into this row. I still have plenty on this row left to go. So 5 and a little bit in 3.5. Well, 2.5. Me and numbers. I have been chit-chatting and not crocheting the whole time, and we've been here for 2 hours and 43 minutes, so that's why I put it down to 2.5. Blocking wires are awesome, and you don't know why you don't have any yet. Because you have everything already, but you don't have blocking wires. Sounds like you had some in the past, perhaps, but now you don't have any. Well, maybe next time you do a shawl, you might get wires for that. I don't think I've heard you talk about making any shawls recently. You have talked about clothing, cardigans, and hats, mittens. And I don't think that you need blocking wires for mittens. Maybe for cardigans, though. I guess you could use wires for that. Your blocking wires are up high. The tube they were in had to be replaced, but the wires are good. That is good. My blocking wires are on top of the shelf here because they're long and that's the only place where I felt like they could fit. 15 minutes per row or 20 minutes per row, probably something like that. I'm not good at doing numbers and math at 1:29 a.m. So that's why I'm leaving you guys with the possibility to calculate if you feel like you need the information. Sometimes people are curious about that. So you never had any, and you're slow at getting the fancy things sometimes. You do block mittens, but no wires needed. Yeah, exactly. You don't need wires for smaller things. Larger clothing items for sure. Very handy with wires. You've only done blocking once, and it was for snowflake ornaments. You just use a flat styrofoam piece from box package you had laying around, taped wax paper on top, and used sewing pins to pin it down. That is definitely a good way to do that. One thing I know from not specifically experience myself, but I've seen plenty of other people do it in photos online where they've used regular like sewing needles, the one that has a little ball on the top of like on the end. Not needles you can sew with, but like to pin things together. They usually have a little stopper or something at the back. Some of them can rust if you leave them in too long, if you wet your item that you're blocking. If it's really wet, the needle may rust. So I don't know if that's like all needles in general like that, or if it's some are worse than others or whatnot, but I do recommend being careful. Not specific, like you can for sure use them, but don't leave them unattended for too long. Or, maybe if you wet your item and then you pin it down, maybe speed up the drying process. Maybe like blow dryer or something, just to like not let the needles be wet for too long so that they risk rusting. Because if you get rust stains on your work, that can be hard to remove. Sometimes it's not possible at all without destroying whatever you made. So just a little, you know, side note tip from someone that really don't want you guys to do that mistake. This is not one of them things you want to like have happen to you when you've put so many hours into making something, and then that is what, break everything. No, we don't like that at all. So if you're careful, it definitely works. You used to block your shawls on the clothesline with extra clothespin for weight to hold the points. Straight pins. Is that the needles I'm talking about with the little stopper on top? Usually a little like just colorful ball. Silk pins. I have T-pins, I want to say they're called. T-pins, blocking pins. That's what I have. And I don't know if it's like totally different metals in those. If they can rust or not, I don't know. We do have two in Om Nom, holding Om Nom's candy teeth. And as far as I can tell, there's no rust, and they have been wedged in this candy for like over a year. So that's the pins I do have. They look like this. It's like a T and then just a pointy, sharp needle. We did have T-pins way back when I was in hairdressing school. because I am a hairdresser. Maybe fun fact that not all of you know. But when I went to hairdressing school, we did have occasionally like wigs or things that we had to pin down on the mannequin heads. And for that, we used T-pins to hold them in place. So they're not just used for blocking. The pins you used didn't rust, but you keep it in mind. Good. I'd rather have you warned you and you don't have that happen than didn't mention it and you have that happen. So, welcome back to Elaine. You have galvanized steel T-pins for your blocking. Well, I think. Well, galvanized do not rust. That is one thing I do know. That is something that is, I think, pretty more more common to talk about here. In the cold Sweden, we do use a lot of salt on the roads, and salt is not good for your car. So having galvanized, undercarriages of your car is probably more common here than in other parts of the world. That is something I have recently learned, that we are apparently in need of other things for our cars here. A lot of car brands have started to, well, started, but for a couple of years now, there's a couple of car brands that has as a base level, you know, it's not an extra to have steering wheel heating, which is not as common in other places, but up in the Nordic countries in the cold, steering wheel heating is really nice. Just random facts. I'm so full of randomness today. Not like yesterday. I didn't feel like I was as random yesterday. You have galvanized steel pins for your blocking. Yes, most wig pins are fairly rust proof. That is probably, wigs you want to wash and style, and they do get wet. So I do see a point in having those also rust proof. Missy! You're popping in to say hello, and you're working on a hat. How are you doing? I did see, was it earlier today that you were live? I did pop in, right? Was it today? I'm sorry. I've been messing up my days here. I think it was today I went to come and say hi to you. A couple of hours ago. Or was that? Oh my god. I don't know. I'm sorry. I've had plumbers here Saturday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And Monday was the maintenance guy. There's just been things every day. I I lost track of things. And also it's not making it easier the fact that I'm already on Thursday. It's 1:38 a.m. Slightly tired. And I have to think like you guys are still in Wednesday. um you have a high humidity, so rust is an issue. Yeah, rust is not fun. Tracy is still here. She fell out of the scrap basket now to say hi to Miss C's. You did see me this morning, so thank you. Thank you. Wig pins is how you acquired galvanized steel pins. Steel T-pins. Well, I think they're pretty much the same, aren't they? T-pins for blocking and T-pins for wigs. I, it, I wouldn't, you know, be surprised if it's the same thing in different package. Because I want to say that they're fairly the same size. So it kind of feels like it could be the same thing. We are at the stitch marker. Well, what did I call it? Memory marker? I don't remember. But that's where we started on the purple. So we have gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows now. Yep. Well, almost. I need to switch color and make 3 blocks, and then we are full 6 rows from where we started. APD! Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Are you at work? No, you should be home from work now, right? It's late enough for you to have come home from work, I think. There we go. You go. No, that's not how we're supposed to do. We are supposed to do like that and that. And that. Your first set of blocking T-pins were not rust-proof. Did you learn that the hard way? Progress marker, thank you very much. I hope you didn't learn the hard way that they were not rust-proof. Oh, and Spoon, you were at least not saying anything earlier when I switched the top chatter from yesterday to you, because you are holding the crown. I had not checked before going live. But there was a lot of people that was guessing that you were the top chatter. I think everyone that guessed did guess that it was you, which I thought was kind of funny. Even Charlie Cheswick guessed that it was you, even though he was not here and had no clue who it could have been. I guess that's him saying that you're a chatty chatter, perhaps. Okay, now I have turned and turned and turned and not straightened things up. I feel like I need to untangle this. They rusted in the box, so you didn't have any rust stains. Well, that is fortunate, at least, that they didn't destroy anything. It just rusted where they were at. Okay, so since I keep turning the same direction, everything just gets tangled in the same way. Oh, come on now. Just let go of everything. I think we have... Okay, where are you? You need to... It's long! There we go. And like so. I have untangled. So everything is good to go again. And I am snuggly again. Oh, now you get to see the blanket in its full glory. Well, we can't really see all of it, but it's wide. It's really wide. How am I now on my own? Well, I am pretty good on my own. It's just been a lot of things going on. Clogged drains, plumbers, temperature not being as it should be. So that's why I got the blanket out, because it's cold and I need something to warm myself with. So I'd say it's pretty good, actually. It's kind of nice to get like days totally for myself, that I don't have the kids for a couple of days every other week and just can focus on myself and hang out with you guys. Which is awesome, that I get to be me and not always mom or all of, the other things, all the other titles you get through the years, but like not myself, because when you're a mom, you're a mom full time. So I do appreciate that I kind of get a little vacation for a few days a month where no kids and just me and me. Um, but sometimes I do get lonely. So there's that. But that I have you guys. So it it could be worse. It could always be worse. It's going to be a great bed blanket. Well, holding it up like I just did, seeing how white it's too white for my bed. Um, so we will have to at some point find yarn in colors that I think looks better for my bedroom and get that and make another blanket for my bed. I can definitely see this one being on the couch with the kids and me just all snuggled underneath and watching movies. Um, so I will definitely use it until I have something else. Because we know I'm going to make more blankets in the future. So at some point, it will be replaced by something else. It sounds pretty normal to you. Yep, I feel like it's pretty okay. So it's all good. What was that? My pants look cozy. My pants are like thicker leggings. They are fluffy on the inside. Like I think they're called thermal leggings. I do like to have them underneath like jeans or something. So these are like the underlayer when I go out when it's this cold outside. But they are comfy. Like this is the type of pants I just wear around the house. So it's just like leggings with, oh, in this case we have snowflakes and hearts and wintry patterns. I do have these in gray, red, green, and purple. And I think all of them have similar patterns with snowflakes and things. But definitely need to layer up when I go outside when it's cold. So they work perfect for that, or just cozy in the house. Spoon knows house pants are cozy pants. Going out pants are different. And these are definitely inside pants. It's good for me time. Yep. You admit that you're looking forward to winter weather so you can use the fireplace. That is a cozy thing to use when it's cold. I do appreciate fireplaces, but I am not very much friendly with fire. But I definitely appreciate the possibility of heating up extra when it's extra cold. It just needs to be fully supervised. And security measurements and all of that stuff for me to be comfortable. And if kids are around, it needs to be a bit child proof, or keep kids out of fire. Something I heard a lot growing up: burned kids smell bad. You don't think everything that is burnt smell bad, but especially kids that smells like burnt, that is bad. I guess that's one way of keeping kids out of hot things. It's not the worst thing you could say to a child to keep away from fire, though. Yeah. Movie night blankets are great to have. Your mom made one with pockets for your feet. That is cute. You only have going out pants and no pants for inside. Well, you don't have cold inside. Or do you have like long robes down to the floor that keeps your leg warm when it's cold? because I guess that could also work. I have been layering up. I have thick, fluffy socks. I have thermal leggings. I have a t-shirt and this hoodie right now. This is pretty much like normal for this time of year here, but it's been so cold these last few days that I've had this and my robe on top of it. And I have a very fluffy robe, but it's just been so cold that I had to like layer and layer and layer. Then again, when the plumber was here, my front door was open and the outside door was open, so it was just like blowing straight in here. Um, I was considering like double pants and more at that point. It's like this is so cold. Um, just my luck, right? Hurricane Barrel gave you plenty of firewood. You keep an extinguisher on the mantle and a good fire screen with a white heart. That sounds good. Yep. And the fire screen is also very good to keep your kitties away, right? You have your robe on a lot. I do like my robe, but I don't necessarily like to have a bunch of layers underneath it. It's just not as comfortable. We have 27 thumbs up. Can we get 30 today? Perhaps, possibly. I see that there's some more people now than it was a little bit ago. So maybe there's people that wasn't here previously. When it gets cold, your chenille slipper socks gets used. I have those types of yarns over there, so I maybe should make me some fuzzy socks. That is a good idea. The socks I have are like double layers and whatnot. You can't see because I have the pants up top, but I can do a switcheroo. And I can actually fold the socks down because they are quite tall. But they have this fluff on the inside. But I just keep them like all the way up to keep myself warm. But they are really fluffy, like all on the inside. So they are very cozy. Fire screen is a must with kitties. Well, not just foster kitties, just kitties overall. Kitties can get too close, but sometimes firewood pops a little bit and can splurt away a little bit of, what would that be called? A spark, perhaps. Could that be a word that would explain what I'm thinking of? A little bit of burning, more like glowing piece of material. Like a spark. Yeah. The later it gets, the more words I have to search for deep down. Losing my words late at night. I bet you guys are pretty used to that by now. Definitely not the first time I'm like, what is that word? That's just what I do. So, you guys, how should I celebrate this channel birthday, podiversary, or whatever we feel like calling it? Because it is actually next week. I do have mini me at home at that point, and I don't really like doing live streams when she's home and sleeping, because she can always wake up in the middle of everything and then I have to drop everything, and I don't feel like that is the best thing to do. I could do live streams when she's at daycare, but that's like midday or early for me. And some of you guys are sleeping at that time. I think most of you guys are sleeping. Maybe if I do it really, really early in the morning, that would be like 10 o'clock for me, but it's like past midnight for most of you in the US. And that doesn't feel like it's a good time to do anything. So I'd rather do, about the times I normally like have been. I started around 10 o'clock my time. That is, well, it's 2 o'clock now. It's, around this time. My Sunday streams in the past, I started at 10 o'clock my time. That was after Granny D on Sundays. But it just feels like evening time for me is a good time. And then I can continue to like this late and then some. It feels like a lot of you guys are here. Maybe even more can be here like on a weekend. It just feels like it's gonna be a little bit before I can do a proper weekend long live stream. I do have Mini-Me this upcoming weekend and next week. And next week, I want to say Tuesday or something, is channel birthday. Next weekend, I have Big Kid. I can definitely do live streams when Big Kid is here because he can take care of himself. It's just, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how we should be celebrating. I know last year we did a stream to celebrate it, and it wasn't that big of a deal. And after that, there's been so many more people doing celebration, and all of their celebrations are pretty much like 3 hours of giveaways. And I don't really like I can't really pull that off because I don't have stuff that I could. Well, I have plenty of things. I could definitely give away some stuff, but shipping is gonna break the bank if I'm gonna do like 3 hours of giveaways and all the shipping. So I don't see that as the best way to celebrate my channel birthday. I don't know. Any ideas? What are you guys thinking? Ray just bought you a new robe. It's so soft and fuzzy with a hood that goes to the floor. It feels like you're wearing a blanket. That sounds awesome. Sounds like something I would need. Soft, fluffy socks are great winter loungewear. I feel like some of the fluffy socks, one of the risks with, fluffy socks, they are slippery. So you need to have, you know, something on underneath to not get yourself to slip. And some feels like they're not durable enough to walk a lot in them. They're awesome, like just sitting on the couch, but walking around. Some socks that is really, really fluffy are just not made for walking. Mommyhood comes first. Yeah, that's one that's hard to like say anything else but. You're up for it. You're a night owl by nature. Tracy's also a night owl. Yeah, giveaways are not needed. You can't do that either. I feel like I want to give something back, but it's just, I can't. I can only do so much. Of course, there's always a couple of people that is very generous and does contribute to other people's giveaways. But I feel like a lot of them are really, supporting so many people already. And it just doesn't feel like, asking people to participate and give away prices and whatnot. Like, I don't know. They're giving away in so many other places, and we should be appreciating that, enough. So, but I am definitely able to give something away. So I will be doing something. I haven't figured out what yet. Um, maybe just one special big thing. We shall see. I am gonna think a little bit. Maybe I will have options. We shall see. We all know that there is a bunch of shawls, like, I don't know, 30. So maybe there's a bunch that you can pick and choose from if I do like one prize and you get to pick one of a couple. I don't know. But I'm thinking it's something I can do, at least, a little something. So giving back is definitely something I would like to do more, but it's hard, you know. You have actual slippers that fit over your fluffy socks. Well, that is good. Um less wear and tear on the socks. Good words. No pressure to do giveaways, especially when you're in Sweden and most viewers are in the US. But still, I like once in a blue moon, surprising with a giveaway isn't a bad thing. People come to see me, not to get. If that's all what they come for, you really don't need them on your channel. I do agree. And I do think that people are pretty aware and pretty like, this is not a place to come for giveaways. So that's what makes it extra special, that I do give away to the people that actually comes here. I'm not going to be like, there's going to be a giveaway on my celebration stream. It's like, hey, I have a celebration stream. And the people that are here are aware of that. So it's not like clickbaity, come for the giveaway, because I'd rather have one of you guys that comes like as often as you can to get the prize, because that makes it even more special. I wish I could give something to all of you that is here, like for pretty much every live stream. There's a lot of you guys that is like I see very, very often. And also you guys that hangs out on my live stream are mostly the people that actually comments on my videos or comments in general. I don't get very many comments, which makes it easy for me to like reply to every comment. But I see a few that is here very, very often, and I would love to be able to give each and every one of you something. So, I would probably get a little bit happier if one of you gets whatever I decide to give away. Just, an honest opinion, and that might be sounding evil to some, that I'd rather see one of a few people get it. But I'm just being honest about that. Like, if you're here supporting me sometimes every week, sometimes, once every 3 months because I fell off the earth, but you're still here after all this time, it just feels like I'd rather just a little bit extra happy for if that happens. But that's just my opinion. Oh, now you I have to scroll back up. Totally understandable. Plus, you're a young mom. I get it. Young mom? Okay, I'll take it. I guess it depends on what you're like comparing it to, but okay. If you do a giveaway, make it electronic, a pattern, gift cards, that kind of thing. I do have two patterns on my Ravelry. So I do have patterns. I could give some of those away. That is definitely a possibility. Gift cards and shipping would be pretty much the same, to be honest. So I could just do shipping and actually give something of my makes. So I don't see that as being too bad. What we want is your precious time. Oh, that's so sweet of you. The slippers are Sherpa lined and waterproof too. That's you fancier and fancier. You like spending time with me. Well, I love spending time with you guys. If I get motivated, write a pattern or a tutorial or do a tutorial. We have patterns in the making. I have plenty of patterns half written, and then I fell off the bus. You like visiting with me? We could play games maybe. I give you something. I give you my time. You enjoy my company. You guys are so sweet. You have found that if you can't do what you want, you just do what you can. That always seems to work out just fine. And at this point, I definitely see one giveaway thing being an option. Because, as I said, like one gift card, it would be pretty much the same amount as shipping. You have to go. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening, 8 p.m. So maybe not that much left until you go to bed. But it was lovely having you here, Missy. I hope to see you here soon again. Or I will find you in your little corner. We did talk about the meadow that you made for me. We talked about meadow yesterday on my live stream, and we talked about meadow today too. So meadow is being featured here. The patterns would save me funds. They would. They have online gift cards you can send by email. I know, but it's not as special. I know. Okay. But I could some of my patterns for sure. I don't remember. I think I gave away some of my patterns. Was it for my birthday, perhaps? But I know I could make more of them. More patterns could be up on Ravelry, and yeah. That would contribute to my yarn fund. So I'm silly for not focusing a little on that, because that could be a little extra for something extra, but they are not so fun to make. Write and release a pattern and then give for free to everyone. Well, I'm not gonna, I don't think I'll be able to whip up a pattern that is good enough for me to like give it away for a stream next week or in 2 weeks or whenever it fits. I would prefer weekday or weekend day, because it feels like people that have busy work schedules are a little bit more likely to at least have the opportunity to come and hang out for a little bit if it's on a weekend. So that is what I'm thinking. Good night to Miss C. If I'm motivated, because blah. We could do a recipe swap or something too. I know it's not crochet, just talking about recipes. In the past, I did film a tutorial, a cooking tutorial. Or not a tutorial, it's more like this is how I do it step by step. of how to make a Swedish sandwich cake. I have the material somewhere still saved. Um, but that never really came to something, because I needed a little editing that I definitely couldn't do at the point or at that time. So that just never happened. And then I was like, my channel is about yarn and crochet. A sandwich cake doesn't really fit in that equation. So should that really be on my channel? I do love sandwich cakes, so I could definitely like redo that in a way. And that would give me a reason to make a sandwich cake, which I love to eat. So I wouldn't mind, but it's just I don't know. It would be the odd one of my videos. It would just not really fit in. So I don't know. I was torn about that. But just speaking of recipe swaps, that would be, one way of doing a recipe swap. Me just like, this is how I make it. This is what goes in, and it's a bit different. You would donate a pattern to gift, but all yours are for knitting. I don't. If that's what you want, I would be happy to have that to gift. Yeah, that knitting is perfectly fine. Just because I don't do it because I don't like dropping stitches, and I don't know how to read knitting patterns. I know how to, basic stitches and whatnot. That doesn't mean that everyone here only crochets. You could do a live stream and play your sandwich cake video during the live stream through StreamYard. I don't know. I guess that could be a way of doing it. I'd rather probably just redo the whole thing. The quality of my video skills are just not as good at this point. Sandwich cake sounds interesting. Sandwich cakes are very common here. It's savory cake, and it's for any type of occasion. You can have them at weddings, at funerals, very popular funeral food. Birthdays, just celebrations. My favorite sandwich cake, because you can definitely do very many varieties and variations. But I'm a seafood type of person, so I like to have crayfish, shrimp, salmon, smoked salmon, and then there's a bunch of different vegetables. There's, you can use cucumbers, lettuce, tomatoes. They're for like decorations, pretty much. Lemon and dill is definitely something that goes in a seafoody one. Fish roe, fish eggs. Another popular, more seafoody thing is like crab or tuna, which I don't really feel like it's needed in the shrimpy crabby stuff that I prefer. That's just my personal favorite. So I keep going back to my personal favorite. But I think like the common, more basic, because it's sandwich bread, and then you do different creamy spreads in different layers, and you can have a layer of like ham and um what would you do with ham and eggs. You can do one layer of like just eggy mayo type of thing, um liver pate and chopped up pickles, or like gherkins, or that is a good combination, like the salty pickles and liver pate. Most often it's mayo based. All these creamy spreads like mayo or sour cream. I do prefer sour cream, Turkish yogurt, and cream cheese, because I'm not big on mayo. So I never use mayo. I'm also not a biggest fan of eggs, because definitely you can put a couple of eggs as decoration on the seafoody ones, which I don't like eggs, so I opt out of that, even though they could be pretty for decorations. Uh, there's just so many different combinations. I did one a couple of times. Like I did one seafoody version and then I did one of a meaty version because not everyone likes the seafoody stuff. And I've done these two, like my seafoody crabby shrimpy salmon one, and then I did one with um, thinly sliced roast beef, horseradish. There was different kinds of onions. There was tiny little pickled um, onions, like tiny little white silvery onions pickled, roasted onions, chopped red onions, and in the layers there was one layer with curry, and in the curry layer it's crisped up bacon and curry, yellow curry powder, and it's looking really fancy. And then there was a liver pate, gherkin layer, and then what's in the last, like ham and something. So you have these different layers, and it sounds really weird that you combine them together, but it does work. Um, sounds like stacked tea sandwiches. Yeah, kind of. I can yeah, sandwich cake on a live stream. I I I will consider doing that on a live stream. There is plenty of videos on YouTube with people making sandwich cakes, and that is a rabbit hole that I occasionally find myself in, just watching other people doing their sandwich cakes. So you don't necessarily need me to make one, but mine is definitely not the same as the ones out there. Um, yeah. Your grandmother did some with cream cheese and pineapple bits. Pineapple does work with ham. Yeah, that could definitely go in that one for sure. You're already planning searching out for sandwich cakes. Just Swedish sandwich cake, you'll find plenty. A lot of them though are in Swedish. You might be able to find some subtitled ones. So yeah, you you like me and my personality. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm a great cook. I know you want to see me mess around in the kitchen. I am pretty proud over my cooking skills, though. I would say I am a very good um, cook, but sometimes it's just really boring to cook stuff for me, myself, and I. Even though it's the times when I cook for me, myself, and I that I can spoil myself with things I like that no one else does. So there's that. One of the perks with only having to cook for myself, I don't need to care about anyone else's opinion. um, so obviously your sandwich cakes live stream would be better than all the others, even though my recipe sounds weird. Well, it's not that weird when you see all the things go together. One of the downsides of doing a live stream, and I definitely, it's still doable. I do prefer to make the base of the cake, like the bread, the fillings, and then a layer on the outside, like you would crumb coat a regular cake, and then I would put it in the freezer. No, not the freezer, the fridge overnight, so it gets all like, a little gooey together. Flavors marry each other and all of that stuff. And then the day after, I would decorate. So that is not something you can do in a live stream. Um, so there's that. I have definitely done in the past where I have made it all in one day. So it's definitely doable, but it's always a little better to eat it the day after, even though, when you're using salad or the greenery might not look as good the day after. Um, you're skeptical. Definitely sounds weird, but you're also biased and think my shrimp sandwich thing is weird. We do like our shrimp sandwiches here. You've talked with me enough about food. I'd be interested. Well, we do like to talk about food. I just, it's not the same as cooking for you guys. You can I can do a cooking show and plan to make 2. Oh, you mean like I did one and I prepared another one, like, "Oh, but just because, here's one that I did previously." That would be plenty of sandwich cake. I could do that if there was, like, a big occasion and, a celebration of some sort and have a lot of people participating and eating. Um One of the sandwich cakes, just a regular sandwich cake that I would do, I would say it could like, easily, be enough for 10 people. And doing 2 of those for me, myself, and I, with seafoody stuff that probably isn't too good after, 2, 3 days, you should toss it out. Mm, I would I don't know if I can downsize to the point where I can make 1 to, like, "Oh, ta-da!" Mm, I don't know. I It would be easier to just make 1 and then, like, just skip the overnight part. Because trust me, I will eat it no matter if I made it the same day or if it's, been marinating with itself overnight. Um, Prep 1 base layer a day in advance and put it in the fridge. But yeah, I just think it's easier to just do it all at once. Um, do the first stage and we can chat and do yarny stuff for a while. I, I can just do it all at once and then I will just enjoy it a little bit more the day after and be totally fine with it, even though veggies look sad. It's all good. Mini fake one. Mini sandwich cake. We shall consider doing a sandwich cake. Maybe that would be something I would do for my own birthday. Because that is something I can definitely see being eaten for that. And there would possibly come people to actually celebrate my birthday. So, but yeah, there's probably the a good option of where in time that would be suitable. It's one thing I do have to take into consideration, and this is just, a me thing, but some of the ingredients to make a sandwich cake are a little pricey. So it's not something I'll just like go and get any regular weekday. This is, treat myself to something special type of situation. So even if I loved the idea of eating like a sandwich cake every other week or like once a month, because I would definitely do that. There's other aspects that I need to consider for that to be a viable option. Um, mm, mm. If I zoom in the camera for the mini fake one and then zoom out for the real prepped one, it will look close to the same size. Maybe. I love how you're thinking, but honestly, I don't really think that would be like the biggest thing to, because you guys already, uh, you would already know. It's not like my production is high value productions here with editing and whatnot. So, um, even though they say fake it till you make it, yeah, overachiever much. Um, Obviously, I'm more invested in the sandwich cake production show. Yeah, I can tell. There has been times where I made sandwich cake that would easily, feed 8 people, and had sandwich cake. Well, they could probably feed more than that. But yeah, 8, 10 people, I could definitely easily feed that. And me and Mini Me's dad would have sandwich cake breakfast, lunch, dinner like 2 days in a row, just because we love sandwich cake. So if I make one, I'm pretty sure he would want a bite or three, even if the recipe still seems weird. I think you'll understand it a little bit better if you see me make it, and it will sound less weird. Then again, a lot of you guys, when you think about sandwiches, you don't think about savory sandwiches because um, peanut butter jelly, that is not a savory type of sandwich. The sandwiches that Spoon has, filled with just massive amounts of whipped cream and a couple of berries or fruits, also not a savory type of sandwich. These sweet sandwiches or like the Pop Tarts and stuff that you guys have, we don't really have that here. All our sandwiches are savory. Um, I can't think of anything that's really like a sweet type of sandwich that isn't like a new modern thing here. Like when Nutella came here, Nutella is a little bit more of a favorite to kids compared to peanut butter here. So that is something that I don't even know when that appeared here, but that is something that I rarely got growing up because it was too sweet. Um, so my parents didn't like that. That is not, you know, proper sandwich spreads. That is sweet. We only eat sweets on Saturdays. Um, so, there's totally different views of how we look at sandwiches. Really? Really? We talked about this earlier. Is this really going on now? Um, what happened with the darn volcanoes in the past? I was watching live streams waiting for an eruption for days, and now I get a message that the darn volcano has erupted. Thanks for the notice. If you're listening, you know who sent this. I said earlier, like, I need to check out because I see more and more people talking about that it's like getting closer to pop. It popped like, I don't know. This stream has been going on for 118 minutes and it doesn't look like this was the beginning of the eruption. So 2 hours ago, I've been here for less than 4 hours. So midway through this live stream. Dang it! Oh well, we get to flip it. We have eruption. We have eruption. You get to sit up there because we don't really see you next to the pumpkin when my chair is like covering this part, so we get to sit there. I have to rewatch the moment of popping later. Oh well. It looks like a long fissure. Yep. Silly, silly, silly. Oh well. At least I have something to do when we wrap it up here. Rewatch the moment of, I don't know, the moment of everything starting. I couldn't find a better, more good word. Okay. Words are not my thing tonight. Fancy words, at least. Um, I see. I have some tangles because I haven't been bothering to flip the box around or rotate the box to avoid twisty, tangly stuff. And I had my guess that it would not erupt in November. I was pretty sure that as a lot of the, knowing people were talking about like mid-December and possibly next year. So I haven't really been like on my toes on volcano watch because I listened to what some of the people, the knowing people said of predictions and whatnot. Oh well. We do have some fun times. I will be looking at lava streams for hopefully a few days. Let's hope that this eruption doesn't just fizzle out in 24 hours, because there was one time where it pretty much was nothing left after, I don't know, 24, 36 hours. It's like, okay, good night. Nice to see you. You didn't want to stay for long. Moonrose is having hamburgers. Good for you. With cheese or just a hamburger? No cheese. Are you a cheesy burger type of person? I do prefer cheese on my burgers. On my burglars. So now we got a bit derailed from talking about the sandwich cakes to talking about volcanoes. Did we finish the topic of sandwich cakes? I don't know if we did finish that. I just got totally drawn over into the lava fields. Mesmerizing. Awesome-tastic. $6:30 p.m. Well, definitely dinner time. Sounds like a good time to have a hamburger. I think we will do this row. We'll finish this row, and I think I'm gonna wrap it up after that because it's 2:33 a.m. I probably should go to bed soon. I did stay up a long time during the night, and I did sleep some during the day, which means I am really, switching my day and night cycle around, and I need to not have it too messed up because I get mini-me back home on Friday. And, back to routines and schedules and whatnot. And I don't want to be totally wrecked when that time comes. So I shouldn't be up all night, even though I know it's going to be hard to fall asleep since I slept during the day, but at least I should try. And also I will probably watch the volcano for a little bit. But I can do that in bed also. You might want to sleep at some point. Indeed, I will want to do that. I don't remember last time I took a nap during the day, so it does feel a little bit awkward that I did sleep during the day. It just never really happens, so. But I think if a row takes like, what did we say, 20, 30 minutes, and I am halfway or something through this, then maybe we will have 10 more minutes, and that will be 4-hour live stream. It feels a little bit anticlimactic to end at 3:50. So continue for a little bit longer at least. So finishing this row sounds like a reasonable amount of time. Even though I do not have many plans tomorrow. I will have to fix a little bit more in the bathroom. I have, deep cleaned the bathroom. I need to put stuff back in place. I have some laundry to fold. Awesomely fun. And I just tossed a lot of stuff from the bathroom out in different places. So I need to sort stuff back into place and just clean up the mess that is all over. Because there was definitely no need or no reason to fix that yesterday since, well, the plumber was back today. So it just stayed like it was. And I need to I would prefer to have all of that at least somewhat figured out and fixed before I get Mini Me back on Friday. Because she makes a mess and a half all by herself, and we don't need her mess with all mess, but toys all over the place. We don't need that on top of the things that I moved out of place. So I should move because there was a bunch of things that just ended up in her room, like the laundry basket and things that was not needing to be in the way. So it's not really that much things. It's just I need to do it, and needing to do things is adulting is boring. I'd rather hang out and crochet and watch volcanoes. I did see that. I'll take a look at it later. Well, I'll talk to you later also. Really sweet of you. Do you guys have any interesting plans for, the rest of the day or tomorrow perhaps? Or weekend plans, maybe even? I did talk to Rita about going there. Maybe I should go to her tomorrow. Clean some and then go and hang out with Rita. You have doctor's appointments tomorrow. I hope that your doctor's appointments are as good as they possibly can be. It was nice having you here, Moonrose. You also have a good night's sleep when it's time for you to do that. probably a couple more hours before you are considering going to bed. But you have a great rest of your day. Or I hope you will have a great rest of your day. It's the 21st of November here right now. So not that many days left of November. Traditionally here, I don't know if that's the same for you guys, but very traditional. No, right, you have Thanksgiving and then you start Christmas decorating. The first weekend of December, like the first Advent. That is usually when most Swedes start Christmas decorating. I think I'm gonna start early and get some Christmas lights up in my windows. Um, Mostly because it's dark outside and I do not have that much lighting. I do have, some lights. Every room has some lights. Kids' room only has one ceiling light. Yeah, I don't have as much as I would like to because it's dark this time of year, so lights are needed. So I do think that I'm gonna start with that this weekend, getting the lights out of the basement and just start decorating. That's probably like all the Christmas decorating I will do. But it's needed to get this darkness out. Very common to get depressed with the lack of vitamin D from the sun. So that is a pretty common thing here. There's a lot of us that has vitamin D supplements. Also, our milk and a lot of dairy products are actually have added vitamin D and foods just because of, well, the lack of sun during the winter. Tomorrow you'll go back to work. Tonight you lounge about. Sounds nice though. Thanksgiving is the 28th. Yep. And then you can start decorating, right? Or you can probably start now too, but I have heard from people in the past that Christmas decorating starts as the Thanksgiving stuff is like moved out. But how do you do that? Like for Halloween, you have all the pumpkins and whatnot, and then you throw all the Halloweeny stuff out, and then you decorate for Thanksgiving, and after Thanksgiving, you throw stuff out, and then you decorate for Christmas. Or do you have your Halloween decorations up for Thanksgiving? Like maybe not the spooky stuff, but pumpkins? I don't know. How does that work? Christmas lights should be beautiful with the snow, indeed. I have, well, the lamps I have for the windows are, well, there's several. Uh, it looks like lights. Um, mm, mm, mm. What are they called? Chandelier? That's more something that hangs from the ceiling, right? What I have is pretty much candles that like a bunch of candles. Like imagine my hand, but maybe more candles. I know that isn't it a Jewish thing to have like this candle holder with a bunch of candles? Isn't it's kind of flat, but it has a bunch of candles on top. So it's not like candles going left, right, and center. It's just kind of one dimensional, two dimensional, whatever. But it's like all the candles are on one row, and it's kind of tree shaped esque, so that the candles are staggered. So I have, I think I have 7 candles, but they're not candles because it's electric. But I have 2 big ones, and they're going to be in the living room, and then I have, you know, one of these for every room pretty much. They remind me of Christmas tree in the shape with like the candles. One, two. So that is the very traditional type of Christmas lights. I don't have any like garlands or anything like that. I have thought about getting something for like outdoorsy to have on my balcony, like on the banister to wrap around. Just because I think it's pretty. So I am considering that. I'll see if I can find something that isn't arm and a leg when I go to the store next time, I think. Pumpkins and other fall decorations can stay through Thanksgiving. The spooky stuff gets taken down on November the 1st. And then after Thanksgiving, all the Christmas stuff appears. The menorah usually has 9 candles. Maybe that's what they're called. I don't know if I even know the Swedish name for those. I just know what they look like, but I'm not very familiar other than I've seen them. Sounds like you had right on that name. Tracy's agreeing with you. Okay, we did finish this row, and apparently I started the next row. We have passed 4 hours. So it's all good. We can wrap this up. Just a few more stitches. Just one more row. just a few more. One more row. One more row. Very common thing to say when you go skiing here is just well, one more time. And I've had a couple of occasions where that one more time ended up in, a trip to the hospital. Not for me, but we did do quite a few trips up to skiing, up to the mountains when I went to school. There was always like a yearly ski trip. And there was a couple of times where we had, dislocated knees, all of that just for like the last one more time. So, one more time when you're on a ski trip, not always the smartest idea. But with that said, I hope I see you guys soon. I'm not making any promises because we know I'm crappy at keeping them. I'm trying. No, I am not trying my best, but I will try my best. Because sometimes I could have been here, but I haven't. Fingers crossed. And as I said today, Katrine was the one that pushed me to actually push the buttons. So sometimes I just need a nudge. You run the plain white lights in early November, and then Christmas stuff starts coming out on Friday after Thanksgiving. All my Christmas lights are plain white, and that would be also what I was probably will look for the balcony. I do like it more like white and clean ish. I do have a neighbor that since I moved in here across they've had this very colorful Christmas light decoration all over the balcony. Like it's plenty of lights and the colors are all over the place. And it, in all honesty, how they've made it, it makes it look very tacky. There's ways to do it pretty and there's ways to do it not so pretty. I am a very simple person that likes very clean, like not everything all at once. Even though it's everything all at once with my yard. That's a whole another category. You just decorate your tree together on Black Friday. My family tradition is that we decorate our Christmas tree the evening before Christmas. So on the 23rd, because we celebrate Christmas on the 24th. So on the 23rd, we decorate Christmas trees. Most of the time. But you guys, I love you all, and I hope to see you here soon. And I think by the sound of it, you hope to see me here soon also. So we'll figure something out, right? But for now, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, and bye-bye.